Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating this project using an API. So as you can see we have a header section and then we have a sidebar. So this sidebar is collapsible, we can click and it's going to collapse. Okay, we can toggle using this navigation button here. When we click it's going to collapse or not. And then we have some games, some data here. We can load more data from an API. Okay, and we can also click these individual games. Okay, and then it will show you more information about the game. When you click this button it's going to lead you to an external website, and then when you scroll it's going to show you more information. So I will show you how to add this information, or if you want to add more information as well about the game you can do so. If you want to add more images you can do so. At the end of this video you're going to have enough knowledge to add more information as much as you want. So in this case I didn't add as much information, just to save your time when creating the video. I didn't want to add as much information as I could because of time. It takes a lot of time to add a lot of information. But yeah, so this is what it looks like. Each individual game you click on is going to open up a model for each game, and the rating as well, and the platform the game is on. So these icons are dynamic depending on the game you click on. So some games they show more icons, some games they don't show more icons, and also the ratings as well, they are more dynamic as well. So depending on the rating of the game, they're going to show dynamically depending on the rating. As you can see, it's changing accordingly. Okay, so excuse me. So now that's the home page, and then we have the popular section. So for the populars, we can for popular games, you can also click each individual game. You can see the genres of the game. Okay, so you can also fetch more games if you want to. You can fetch more games. Okay, so we also have the upcoming games. You can search for upcoming games. You can load more data to see what games are upcoming. Call of Duty, you can click on it and then it will show you what more information about the game. And also what we can do is we can search. I can say Call of Duty. I can search and then it's gonna return me data that is to do with Call of Duty. Okay, we can even click on those items as well if you want to. We can click on it. Okay, and then by the way, when I remove the search query here, Call of Duty, when I remove it, it's going to refresh whatever data was on the screen. Okay, we don't need to refresh the web page. So when I say WWE, it fetches the data that is to do with WWE, and then when I remove the text, it's going to refresh that data, whatever data was on the screen. Okay, so same for the popular. When I do WWE, it's going to do the same thing. When I search and then when I remove, it's going to refresh whatever was on the screen. And also for the home, when I search like let's say FIFA, it's going to do the same thing. When I click FIFA 22, the image is taking ages to fetch the image. Actually, now it changes. Yeah. So now when I remove FIFA, it's going to clear and return the data that already was on the screen. Okay, so yeah, and also I will show you how to add in like light and dark theme. If you want to add another theme after this video, you have knowledge how to do, and knowledge on how to do it when you click this button. But I didn't do it on the video. I didn't want to waste your time doing that. But by the end of the video you have enough knowledge to do that. And also when you want to go to Discord or wherever, you can put a button here if you want to. Also these grid items are quite responsive. They're automatically responsive. Okay, so as you can see, on smaller screens they become responsive. Same as for the popular ones, they become responsive. Okay, I can collapse this. Everything is responsive. Okay, so here when I collapse, we're gonna have 4 items. When the navbar is collapsed, when it's not, we're gonna have 3 items. So it's going to work accordingly according to how much information we have on the page. Okay, yeah, so that's it for the project. Please, if you like to support this channel, if you want me to keep making more videos, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, so if you like, comment, and subscribe and share, it gives me motivation to make more videos like this. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you in the video. All right, so I've already created the project and also I've included some folders. For example, the images folder, we're going to be using these images in this project. And then the components folder, we have some components. These components are empty. I just don't want to create every single component in the video because that's a waste of time. You already know how to do this already. And also I have the context folder. We have the main context, which is empty. Basically, there's nothing here. It's just some basic context setup, but we haven't done anything yet. And then we have the theme context, which doesn't have anything as well. And then we have the themes. So these are the variables for the colors that we're going to be using in this project. Okay, we haven't set up anything yet, so I've done this off camera. I don't want to do this on camera, but that's a waste of time to do this one by one. And also in the utils, I have some icons that are coming from Font Awesome. I'm just exporting these icons so I can just use the icon name if I want to use a specific icon. And also I have a menu. So for the menu, so these are the menu items, for example, the popular, upcoming, and home. So when I go to the finished project, you can see we have home, popular, and upcoming. So this is the menu and the URL where it's going to. Okay, and also down here, I've installed some libraries like Axios, and I've also installed Style Components. If you want to create a next project, just run npx create next application. Okay, so that's the command for that. I don't think you need to know anything else. That's it for the basic setup. So now we just need to start up with setting up everything. So let's start setting up the context for the colors, because we want to be able to use these colors when we create the header. Okay, so let's go to the theme context. So that actually theme context, yeah, in here. So let's start up by setting up the colors. So we want to be able to access the colors everywhere on our page. Actually, no, before we do that, let's go to the pages, go to the index, delete everything. Actually, copy this head. Okay, copy the head and delete everything in here. Delete everything. Okay, delete everything, including the footer. Delete. Okay, so like this. So that's the home. So go to the app.js in here. So just paste in the head. Okay, so once you paste in the head, you need to change this to a React fragment. The parent is to be a fragment, not a div. Okay, so in here, that's where you're going to do the component, and then you can paste in your font, whatever font you're using. So go to Google Fonts. I'm pretty sure you already know how to do this already. Copy the fonts you want to use, and also I'm using Font Awesome. So here's the Font Awesome link. So just search for Font Awesome CDN. Font Awesome CDN. So here, just copy the tag. Excuse me. Just copy the tag, whatever version there is. I'm using the latest version. Just copy the link tag, and then if you go to Google Fonts, I'm using a font called Nunito. So just look for Nunito, whatever font you want to use. Just copy this and then paste it in the head. Okay, so that's that. So that's it for the basic setup that you need to know. So now let's create our context. Okay, so we've already created a context. Actually, we need to wrap our app with the context. So as you can see, if I go to the context folder, we have theme context. It's called theme provider. So we need to wrap our app with the theme provider, because here it's taking a children prop. So the children is going to be our app. So that's the child. So whatever is inside the children. So let's go to the app, to the pages app. So we need to wrap this component. That's the whole app. That's the children. So we say theme provider like this, and then close, and then put the children in there. So the theme provider, make sure you import theme provider from, it's not coming from Style Components, by the way. Theme provider is coming from context, thing dot context, and then here it's called theme context. Okay, that's where the theme provider is coming from. So to see if we're getting the value, so to see the value that we're sending from the theme context, let's go to the context. Theme context was the value says yellow world. So we want to access this value. How do we do that? So let's go to the index.js. Let's say here, we don't need this, remove everything. Here, let's say use theme. It's called use theme. Let's see what we name the function. So it's called use theme context. Okay, so we need to access use theme context. So we say here, import here, use theme context, theme context like this. Okay, from okay, so we're gonna look for context and then theme context like this. All right, so now we have the use theme context. Now we can say const theme equal to use theme context. So we want to see the value we're getting from this theme context. So we're gonna run COG. I'm gonna say theme, okay, and then here I'm gonna say comma theme to see the value we're getting. So now we haven't run the project yet. Let's run npm run dev, npm run dev. So now npm run dev, we should be able to refresh from localhost 3000. It's loading. Okay, inspect, go to console. Let's see what we have. So here it says hello world. That means we're getting our theme context. So in this case, we don't want to get hello world. We want to send the variables, because we want to access all of the variables across everything on the page. We want to, like, let's say each component, we want to access those variables. So let's send the variables. The variables are going to come from the themes. So here I'm going to create a state const. It's called theme, whatever theme we're using, and then set theme. And then here we're just going to say use state. So make sure you import use state, okay, like this, use state, and then 0. So the initial value is going to be 0. I should explain why it's going to be 0. And then here I'm going to say const. So here I'm going to say current theme, which is goes to themes, okay. So the themes is an array. So the first item in that array is going to be the default theme, the dark theme, so which is going to be 0, because we're selecting the 0 index, the first index of themes, because this themes is an array. So when I click here, as you can see, it's an array of objects. So in this case, we have only the one object. You can create multiple objects. So in this case, we're getting the first theme, which is the default in this themes array. So that's why the initial value is 0 in the state, okay. So we need to import those themes actually. So we're going to say import themes from styles themes, okay. So now we are accessing the first element in the array. All right, so in this case, let's say we want to access the second. Let's say we have another theme. It's going to be like 1 from the state. We're going to increment the state to 2, 3, 4, whatever, incrementing this one here, okay. So now in this, instead of sending hello world, we're just going to send in the current theme, okay. So now we should be able to see our variables, okay. So now we're going to have access to our variables across our page, okay. So now we have access to these variables. Let's start by creating a header component. Actually, let's start with the global styles. So in the global, I've done basic page resetting here. I'm pretty sure you already know how to do this already. I've set the font family and a background color. That's it. That's what I've done in here. So there's nothing else. I'm gonna close this, the global. So now let's start with the header component. Header. So let's go to the components. I'm gonna start with the header. It's empty. So here I'm gonna say const header styled. I'm going to create like a header style from stack components is equals to styled coming from stack components. I'm gonna say dot header because we're creating a header, okay. So I'm going to copy this header and do like this, okay. So now we have a header. So that's the header. Why are we going to render this header? Well, let's try to go on the main page here. Let's try to render the header. Okay, so oops, sorry about that. That's the finished project. Okay, so header, there it is, header. Okay, so now let's start the header. For the header, we are going to start with the properties of the header. So let's give it a height. It's going to be 8vh. That's the height. And then width is going to be 100%. And then we're going to do a background color. Let's do red for now. Red. Okay. And then display flex, center, and align items. Display flex, and then align items to center, and then just fill content space between. And then we're going to give it a padding. So the padding, let's do top and bottom 2 rem, and then 1 rem left and right. Okay, and then the z index, I want the header to be at the top, z index to 3, and then I'm going to set the position to fixed. Okay, and then we're going to set top 0 for the header. Now let's save. Let's see what we have. So then there's our header, but we want the color coming from a variable, from our state, from the theme context. Okay, so to access the context, we say use theme context. Okay, like this. So we need to give it a name, put that into a variable, say const theme, and then equal to theme context. So how do we access those variables in CSS? Well, we need to pass this as a prop. So we're going to pass the theme as a prop, and then we're going to pass in the theme. So in here, we're going to have access to the variables. Okay, so instead of giving a red, I'm going to say props. Okay, like this, and then we're going to say props dot theme, and then dot color bg. That's the color we want to give the header. Okay, like that. So there you see, now we have the header. It looks nice. Header. Okay, and then a padding. So for the padding, I'm going to also copy this, and then paste in. For the padding is gonna come from a variable. I'm gonna say padding left, right, small. Okay, like that. So that's the padding, and then that's it for now for the header. Now let's focus on the sidebar. Okay, so sidebar, we need to do the same thing, use theme context. Okay, and then here I'm going to say const theme. I'm going to speed up later because now I just want to show you how to set this up. So it's going to be slower than expected. Okay, and then down here I'm just going to say const sidebar styled equal to styled dot div. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this. Let's replace this for the sidebar. Now with the sidebar, we need to access the theme. Okay, so now we're going to have access to the variables. Okay, so for the sidebar, I'm going to give it width. Okay, so the width I'm going to say, let's say 400 pixels. Okay, 400 pixels, that's the width. Okay, so I'm actually going to use a variable for that. Let me give it a background color. Let's say red. Okay, and then the position is going to be fixed as well. Position fixed. Okay, for the height, I'm gonna say calc. So the navbar is 8 vh. I'm gonna say 100 vh minus 8 vh. Okay, that's the height. We're not rendering the the sidebar, so let's go to the index and then render the sidebar. Okay, so there's our sidebar, but it's beneath our header. We're going to fix it. So the thing is, right, if I go to the pages, right, when I create another page, let's say popular, right, and then in here I'm just going to create an index.js, and then it's going to be a component. So this one is going to be changing the name to popular, like that. So if I go to the popular page, I want to be able to see the header and the sidebar. Okay, so if I go to popular, I want to be able to see the header and sidebar, but when I go to the page, the header and the sidebar doesn't exist. So how do we, keep consistent, keeping the sidebar and the header? We need to create a layout. Okay, so in the layouts, in here, I'm gonna create like a layout which we can, reuse the sidebar and the header all the time that we want to, wherever we want to use them. Okay, so in the layout, it's gonna take the children, because we're going to, whatever is passed in the layout is going to be considered the children. Okay, so I'm gonna say children. Okay, so in here, children. Okay, so in this layout, the children is going to be, let's say, the main content of the page. But in this case, I want the header in here, header. Okay, so header, and then I want the sidebar as well in here, sidebar, like this. Okay, so what we need to do, I'm gonna put this as a react dot fragment, like so. So now we have the header, sidebar. We want to reuse this layout everywhere. We want to get the sidebar and the header. Okay, so now we are using the layout. So where can we use this layout? So well, if we say, let's say we go to the popular page, we can use this layout and access the sidebar. So let's say popular in here, I'm gonna say layout, like this, and then I'm gonna say h1 popular, save. So now if I go to popular, we should be able to see the sidebar and the header. Okay, so now we're in the popular page, but we don't see anything yet, but we have the sidebar and the and the header. So now we also need a main content, so there's going to be main content in here. Okay, so we have the popular. We need to, the main content we're going to do later actually. So now just keep in mind we need the layout. So instead of using not using the layout in the index page, the main page, close the popular in here, we're just going to remove this in here, and then we're going to say layout. Okay, layout. So now when I save this layout is going to bring in the sidebar and the header. Okay, so when I refresh, let me go back to the main page. As you can see, the sidebar and the header still exist there because it's coming from this layout component here. Okay, so what we need to put what the children in here. The children is going to be the main component. Okay, so as you can see in the layout, we say it's always going to render in the header and the sidebar, right? And then underneath that, the children comes in. Okay, so the children is what we're going to pass in here. Okay, so the children is going to be the actual main content. Okay, so the main content is going to be like some kind of a layout as well. So in the main content, I'm just going to create some kind of a layout to abide by. Okay, so in the main content, we're also going to pass in the children. Okay, so whatever is going to be in here is going to be the children, and then here I'm just going to say react dot fragment. Okay, like that, and then I'm going to say const main content styled equal to styled. This one is going to be main. Okay, so that's the main content. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna replace this actually. Note like this. Replace. All right. So that's the main content. If we go to the layout, we have the children main content in here. So for the main content, we're going to give it a margin. Okay, I'm gonna actually give it a min height of 100 VH, and then I'm gonna say background color. I'm just gonna say red for you to see what we're doing. Red, and then margin top. I'm gonna say 8 VH. 8 VH. Okay, and then I'm gonna say padding. Top and bottom, I'm gonna set that to 2 rem, and then 1.5 left and right. All right. So now in the index, we want to use this main content styled. So main content like this. So the main content, save. As you can see, there's the main content, but we need to leave space for the sidebar as well up here. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, let's go to the sidebar. So for the sidebar, right? So we give it a width of 400 pixels, and for the main content, we didn't give it a margin, so we need to give it a margin. Okay, so I'm gonna say margin left. Margin left is going to be we need to include the theme. So don't forget to use theme context. Okay, and then here it's going to be a variable const theme is equals to use theme context. Okay, so now we have the theme. So now we want to access the variables. So I'm going to say props equal to theme, not actually props dot theme dot. So here the margin left is going to be sidebar. Okay, so the sidebar width, actually it's called sidebar width. That's margin left. Okay, save, margin left, theme, the sidebar width. Okay, so that's that. So now we need to fix the sidebar as well. Let me refresh this. Inspect. Let me see why the main. Okay, so the margin left is there. The sidebar, the color is red as well. So the sidebar, let's go to the sidebar. The color for the sidebar is going to be different. It's not going to be red. So theme will be like this. Props. To props dot theme, and then here we're just going to say color pg2. Okay, that's for the sidebar. And then for the width, I'm just going to copy this props width, paste in the props. So the width is going to be sidebar width. Okay, so there it is. So there's our sidebar. All right, so the sidebar is showing up nicely. This is our main content. This is the sidebar. Okay, so now this layout, we can use it anyway. If I go to popular, we're gonna still have the same layout because we haven't included the main content layout in the popular. So if I go to popular page, we need to include this as well, main content layout. So this is our main layout. So the layout and then the main content. So these two components are like main layouts of the pages. So we need to include them wherever we want to include this layout. So if I go to popular, it's going to look the same. If I go back to the home page, it's going to look the same. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the first setup. I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so now let's start working on the header. So first off, I'm going to start with the main content. I'm going to get rid of this this background, the red one. So I'm just going to paste in the props, copy this code, and then paste in the background. So here, I'm going to use color PG3. Okay, so that's the main content background. So as you can see, it looks the same. Okay, so now let's go to the let's start with the header. Actually, the header, there's going to be a lot of code in the header. So we're going to start with the left side, which is the logo, and then we're going to move on to the right side, which is the search. I'm going to close everything except the header. Close everything. Layout, menu, So now let's start. Yeah, in the header, I'm just going to remove this. So we have the logo container, container, and then in the logo container we have the header menu. It's actually a div, so do a dot header menu. Okay, and then in the header menu we have a button. Type is going to be button. Okay, so in the button we're going to have bars, so make sure you import bars. It's coming from the icons. Import bars from utils icons. Oh, the folder should be utils, not utils. Okay, so utils. So when you save, there it is, the bars. It's like the icon. We're going to style it to increase the size. Okay, so this is the button. Okay, I don't know why it's red here. It should be white for some reason. I don't know, we'll see later. And then after that, after the button, we're going to have a logo. Okay, after the H menu, we're going to say the logo. So in here we're going to have an image. Excuse me. Image. It's going to come from next image. Okay, like this. The source is going to be the logo, and then give it a width, a height, and width. Okay, like that. I'm going to import logo from it's going to be coming from utils again. It's going to be logo.svg, this one. Now let's save. Let's see what we have. There's our logo. Okay, so that's the logo container. We're going to have the user content. I'm just going to put an h4 here. I'm just going to say game starts. Okay, and then after that we have the user content. I'm just going to say dot form container. This is going to be the search form container, and then I'm going to have a button with a class of header button hptn, and then another class of theme. Okay, so that's the button. So the logo, we're going to use the moon icon, so don't forget to import the moon. Okay, it should be like this. Don't forget to import the moon from the icons. Okay, so there is the moon, the button. So with the moon, we also need to create a button component, which is this component right here. Okay, so first off, let's just style with what we have right now. Okay, so we did a display flex already, just for content space between. We've done that, so let's start with the logo container. Okay, I'm actually gonna start with the icon. Actually, I want all of the icons to have a color. The color of the icons, I'm going to paste in the props. I'm going to paste in that. So the color of the icon is going to be color icons. That's the name of the variable. And then let's do font size. Let's do 1.5 rem. Okay, and then after that, we're just going to say logo container, logo con. So in the logo container, we're just going to do display, flex, align items to center, the usual. And then in there, we're going to target the header menu. Okay, so which is the icon button, the button that we click on to collapse or not collapse the menu. Okay, in there, I'm going to target the button. So for the button, I'm just going to do basic styling, removing the outline and give it a margin. Okay, so let's see what we have. So there it is. Looks so far so good. Okay, so in there, I'm going to target the icon. I'm just going to give it a font size and just align items to center, display flex and align items to center. Okay, so when you hover the icon and hover, we're going to give it a color. So the color is going to be coming from the variables. So the color, I'm just going to set that to color icons number 2. Okay, and then give it a bit of a transition. I'm going to set that to 0.2 seconds, and then I'm going to do ease in and ease out. Let's save. So there it is. Everything looks good so far. Okay, so after the menu button, I'm going to collapse the logo. We're just going to do a display flex and align items to center. Okay, so like that. There it is. So it looks good. You can use any logo that you want. And now we're going to target the H4. So for the H4, I'm just going to set a color and give it a margin, bit of a margin left. So the color is gray 0, and then the font size is font header 4, like that. Okay, so everything looks pretty good. Now let's start with the search form. This one, let's start with that. So it's going to be on its own component. So we've already created the component. We just need to style it. So in here there isn't much going on here. So we're just going to say dot input control, like that, and then we're just going to have an input type text. Okay, and then let's give it a placeholder. So the placeholder, I'm just going to say search here, and then dot dot dot. Okay, after that we're going to have a button. The type is going to be submit. Type is going to be not style. Type is going to be submit, and then we're going to do an icon. So it's going to be search. That's the icon. And then here we're just going to say const search form styled equal to styled. Don't forget to import style from style components like this. Okay, styled, and then dot form, because it's a form going to submit its data. Okay, copy this. We're going to replace this like this, and then we're going to say dot input control control, like so. So here we're just going to do position relative. So make sure we use theme, because we want to access the variables. So use theme context. So don't forget to import the theme context, otherwise it will not work. So here we're just going to pass into a variable const theme. So here we're going to target the input. So the background, I'm just going to give it color of BG2 and the padding. Okay, so background and padding. Also the font family, I wanted to inherit and give it a width of 100 pixels, like that. So that's the font family, and then I'm going to give it a bit of a transition. I'm just going to say 0.3 seconds, 0.4. It's up to you how much transition you want. And then I'm going to give it a color. So the color, I'm going to copy the props. So the color, it will be well, let's give it icons. Actually, let's give it a white color. Actually, white color I think is better. Now let's see what we have. We have nothing because we're not rendering the form. Let's go to the header. The form needs to be rendered inside the form container. So here we're just going to say search form. That's where we need to render the search form. Okay, so something weird is going on. Theme, because the spelling is incorrect, so this should be theme. Okay, so there is our form, but it looks weird. We actually need to do some basic resetting on all of our forms and buttons and inputs. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the global. I'm gonna say text area. I'm gonna say input. What else? I'm gonna say button. I'm just gonna do like some reset, like font family, inherit, and then font size, inherit. Okay, so this is just basic resetting. Okay, I'm just gonna paste in some of the styles here. So like this, background transparent on buttons, inputs, and text areas. So by default, it's going to be, inherit these styles. Okay, so there is our input. But we need to position this button within the input. Okay, so let's go back to the search form. So input, we need to, we give it a border as well. So there's no border, as you can see. Border is going to be coming from the color icons number 3. So 1 pixel solid, color icons number 3. So that's our border. On active though, I want to change the border, and active, the border, I'm going to also change the width actually to 500 pixels, because I want to, when I click, the width to go to 500 pixels, 500 not pixels, not percent. So when I click, I want the width to increase. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to also set a border here, set a border in active. So the border is going to be color icons, but not number 2, but just color icons. I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times. So this is going to be active and focus. Okay, focus and active. Actually, that's it. Actually, we also need one more thing here. I'm gonna say end the placeholder. I'm gonna say font weight. I'm gonna change that to 500. The placeholder is the text within the input. So there it is. So it's working as we want. But now we need to align this to the center of the header. Let's go back to the header. So the logo container, I'm gonna collapse that. So the form is within the user content. All right. So I'm gonna say dot user content. So in the user content, that's where I'm going to do some styles. So I'm just going to do display flex. I'm pasting in some code because I don't want to waste your time doing one by one. So, okay, so and I would want also the video to be that a lot long as well. Okay, so here I'm just going to do props. Copy the props margin. So for the props, the margin, I'm going to do margin left, right, SM, small, left, right, small. Okay, so that's the margin. So there it is. Everything looks good so far. Okay, so after that, I'm going to target the icon. I'm going to say transition. I'm going to say 0.3 seconds is in and is out. Excuse me. Okay, so that's that. So now we just need to focus on positioning the thingy, the icon. Okay, so let's see. Okay, well, let's give it a class name, shall we? Search. Okay, let's give it a search class. Copy this class name, and also the input control. Input control, it's position set to relative. Okay, so here I'm gonna say dot search. Make sure it's search. The drill, position absolute. I want it to be at the right side. And then I'm gonna say top 50%. Okay, now let's see what we have. So there it is, top 50%, but we want to be centered on this input. So we're going to use a transform, and then we're going to translate on the y-axis minus 50% to center it. Okay, so let's save. So let's refresh. So there it is, but something is wrong. Translate, because I want to translate y. Okay, so there it is. So now it's centered. Okay, so there is our input. Now let's do a button component. So this button is its own component. It's like a custom button. All right. So when I click this one, the button, this is the same button, but it's like a custom component. Okay, so let's go to the components in the button. Okay, so here I'm going to do some props that we're going to be using. So the first one is going to be icon, and then we're going to do name. Okay, we haven't created these props here, but we're going to use them. So background. Okay, I'm just going to paste in the rest of the props. Okay, so we have background selector, which is the class name, padding, border radius, font weight, font size, on click, type, the blob. So when I have there's this weird blob. Okay, and then we have form, whatever form it's going to link to, if you want to link it to another form, but we're not going to do that. Okay, so in here we have the button. Let's do const button styled equal to styled components. So don't forget to import style components, styled button. Okay, so copy this as usual and replace. So now we have a button, but we also need to import theme. Okay, so I'm gonna say const theme equal to use theme context. Don't forget to import it. I have auto import, so I'm gonna say theme equal to theme. So now we have access to the variables in the button. So these are just props that we're going to be using. Okay, so class name, I'm gonna give it a class name of, it's going to be the selector, which is coming from the prop. Okay, whatever class name we're going to pass in as a prop, that's going to be the class name. Okay, so on click it's going to be the click which is coming from a prop. Okay, we're going to, let's say we have a different function, each button is going to have a different functionality. Okay, so I'm gonna put it like this, class name on click. Okay, so here I'm gonna say style. I'm gonna put some styles in the button. Okay, in here I'm gonna say background. I'm gonna do background, the prop. Okay, the prop, and then I'm going to set the padding. It's going to be padding coming the prop. Okay, border radius and font size, I'm just going to paste in the rest. It's just coming from the prop. Okay, so button, let's go in the button. So in the actual button, I'm gonna pass in the name of the button, which is coming from the prop, and then below the name, actually I'm gonna pass in the icon below, just on top of the name. I'm just gonna say icon. Okay, and then after the name, I'm gonna create a span. So in this span, I'm gonna pass in the blob. Okay, so when I have this weird blob, so that's the name, and then we have icon, we have name. Okay, so this button is now custom. We just need to do some styles. Okay, so we're just gonna do display flex and align everything to center, the standard, and set the color to white. Okay, so now here I'm gonna do z index. I want the button to be on top, 5, z index 5, and then we're gonna do overflow hidden, because we don't want to see the circle overflowing the button. Okay, so I'm going to target the I tag, the icon. I'm going to say margin right. Margin right. Oh my days. Margin right. I'm going to set that to 1 rem. That's for the icon within the button. And then for the color, I'm going to set that to color white and increase the font size to 1.5 rem for the icon. Okay, so the button, let's see if we have the button now. So the button needs to be in the header. So we have the user content, and after the user content, that's where we're going to set the button. Okay, theme, the moon. So here, let's do button. Okay, button. All right, so the props, we have name. So the name, let's say join. Okay, so now let's say we should have at least a button. So there it is, the button name join. That's the prop. So we have another prop. Let's give it a type equal to submit. Actually, this type of this, we don't need a type in this button here. We don't need a type. And then selector, the selector is going to be btn. Let me just call it login. It's like a top button. Okay, and then I'm just going to paste in the rest of the props. Okay, so we have font weight, font size, and then the background and icon. Okay, so just passing the data in here. So here, background, and then for the blob, so the class is called blob. Okay, and then the icon Discord, so we need to import the Discord icon. Save and import. So there is our button. So here it says that there's a class called blob, but we're going to get rid of it. Okay, so blob. Okay, so we're going to, you know, mess around with the blob. Okay, so let's go to the button. So here, blob, it's actually class name. The class name is blob. It's not the name. It's not like the name of the span. So the class name is actually blob. Okay, so now let's save. So something is wrong. Blog should be blob. So there's our button. There it is. Voila. So now let's go to the styles. Let's go to down here. We need to do the blob actually. Okay, so let's see, dot blob. Okay, so position is going to be absolute, 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 and then top. I'm just going to paste in the values. You can experiment with the values because we're going to position the circle wherever you want to. So this the values that worked for me. Z index, I'm going to set that to -1, and then the background color. I'm going to set that to color icons. Okay, color icons, and then I'm just going to reduce the opacity to 0.7 and give it a transition. Okay, so there's the circle. There it is. So you can position it around wherever you want. So this is the position that I found working for me. You can mess around with the positioning if you want to. So when we have this button, not in the blob, but the button itself, when we have the button, when we have I want to target the blob class name, blob, and then transform it, and then scale it. We're going to scale 1.7. You can mess around these values. It's up to you. So when you have there, you can see the blob works. But the thing is, the icon, the color, for some reason, it's not working. So let me do color. Let me do gray 0. Color gray 0. And then I'm just going to do override. I'm going to put it to important. Yep. So I think that's fine. This looks similar to this page here. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the header section. I'll see you on the next video. We're going to be working on the sidebar, which is this one here. So that's the sidebar. I'll see you on the next one. All right, so let's go ahead and work on the sidebar. Okay, so here I'm going to start by creating a navigation. I'm going to say dot navigation. It's actually a nav.navigation. So in here we have the top nav. Okay, I'm going to say dot top nav. Okay, so I'm going to say ul.nav items, like so. So here I'm going to include I'm gonna say menu import menu. It's gonna come from utils, okay? So the spelling name is wrong, should be utils, but it doesn't matter. Menu. Okay, so we're going to map through this menu here. So we have the home, popular, and upcoming. Okay, so that's the menu. So now here, what we're going to do is we're going to say menu dot map. We're going to map through each menu item. I'm just gonna say yeah, I'm gonna say item actually. Item. Okay, so here we're going to return. What are we going to return? We're going to return a list item. Okay, an li with a key. Because it's going to be a list, we need a key. So the key is going to be item dot id. So that's the key. So also, when we click this link icon, we want to navigate to whatever page that icon refers to. So for example, if I go to the menu, so there's a URL here. When I click, I want to navigate to this URL. So how do we do that? So well with next, what we can do, I'm gonna do on click. Okay, actually I'll create a function later on. Let's just show the item. Let's just show the item. We're gonna do on click later. Okay, let's just show the item now for now. So in here, I'm gonna say I'm gonna put an item dot icon. Okay, so after that, I'm just gonna put a link. You don't need this link to be honest, but just for you can just put it if you want. So I'm gonna say item dot name. So here item dot name href. I'm gonna say item dot url. Okay, so let's save. So there it is. So now we have 3 items. Okay, 3 items. So now it's only a matter of styling these items. Okay, so here I'm gonna start with the navigation. Navigation. I'm gonna say margin 1 rem, top and bottom 0, left and right, and then I'm gonna say display flex, flex direction to column, and give it a height of 100%, like that. Okay, save that. So let's see, something is not working. Navigation, let me check the class namings. Navigation, okay, something is wrong. I don't know. Let me inspect this. Actually, no, it's actually working. Never mind. I don't know what I was thinking. So we need to tag the nav item. I'm gonna give it a padding. Let me give it a padding of 0.5 rem, and then 2 rem left and right, like that. Okay. So nav item, something is wrong actually. I think so. Never mind. Class name nav item. You need to give it a class of nav item. So there it is. So everything looks perfect. Okay, so I want to display this as a grid. So I'm gonna say display grid, and then I'm gonna say grid template columns. I'm gonna say 40 pixels for the icon size space, and then 1 for the remaining space for the text. And then I'm going to do margin. Top and bottom is going to be 0.3 rem, left and right 0, and then the cursor we're going to set that to pointer. Okay, and then the position we're going to set that to relative. Okay, so we're going to, as you can see, everything looks good. So here, as you can see here, we have this nice animation here. So how do we do that? So we're going to create an after pseudo element. We're going to say after is like an empty div. Content is an empty string. We're going to position absolute that, and then give it a transition left and right. So left is going to be 0, top 0, width, actually height 100%, and then let's give it a background, actually a background color, and a z index of -1. Okay. Save. So it's there, but we don't see it yet. Okay, we want to show it when, you know, we want to give it a width when we hover. Okay, so I'm gonna say end hover when we hover this list item on hover, and then I'm gonna say end after the after pseudo element. I want to give it a width of 100%. Okay, 100%. So there it is. It's working nice. We also need to do, you know, the active class and stuff. When we click, as you can see, it's gonna activate whatever we click on. Okay, so how do we do the active class? Let's go back to the thingy. Let's go back to the list item. So in here, the class name, I'm gonna use a template literal, so we can do some conditions. Okay, so the nav item class stays there. After that, I'm going to say router. We need to import router actually from next. Okay, so to import router, we just need to import router like this. The one that we want is actually called use router, like this. So down here, I'm gonna say const router equal to use router. Okay, it's coming from the use router, this one from next router. Okay, so down here, I'm going to use the router, this one, this variable here, router. So if router dot path name, so if the path name matches the item, okay, the item.url, if it matches, so we want to give it a class name of active. Okay, URL, if it matches is a question. If it matches, give it active class. So this is so long anyway. Active, I don't want to break it to the next line. It doesn't look nice. Active, and then if not, let's just set that to no, or an empty string. It's fine. Okay, so save. So hopefully the header should be active. Okay, so let me inspect this. So header, I mean the first one should have active class. There it is, it's active. Okay, so if it's not active, it is a null class. You should or you can put empty. Okay, so now let's do the active class. Okay, so navigation, I'm gonna say dot active here, active. Okay, so for the active, let's do not active, active. So I'm just gonna set the background color to this, and then I'm gonna just change the icon color as well to that. Okay, so there it is, the header is active. Okay, so what else are we missing here? We actually need to do a display flex as well. Okay, so and set everything to column. So display flex and justify content, everything's in a single column now. Okay, so as you can see, popular is active, home is active, whatever we click on is active. So now let's go to global. We need to do some resetting for the link tags, for the A tags. Okay, so for the A tags, we need to do some simple resettings. I'm going to say A text color is going to inherit color inherit, and then text decoration, I'm gonna set that to none. Okay, so there it is. Looks nice when I click. All right, so the icon, I believe by default, let me see, what color did I give this one? By default, let me give it a color here. Icon, let me actually go into the header color icons. Yep, that's the name here. I'm gonna say important. I don't know why it's not working properly. Okay, no, it's not. Copy this color icons, just copy, and then go back to the sidebar. I'm gonna set the icon, put the color to color icons in here. Okay, there it is. So everything was good. All right, so yeah, that's it for the sidebar. Actually, we need to do one more thing. We can do this footer here. So let's go back to the sidebar. I'm gonna say footer. Footer. So for the footer, it's basically just some links. I'm gonna say links. I'm gonna say link coming from next. Okay, so this link here coming from next link. I'm gonna say href. So you know, you can say maybe terms. If you want to lead it to, you know, terms and agreements, whatever. Let's say if you have another link, whatever, another page, and then I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna say privacy, and then we are going to do help, and then we're going to do help here as well. Okay, so here we're going to do a paragraph. I'm going to use an HTML entity to do a copyright sign. I'm gonna say copy. That's an HTML entity for that, and then I'm going to paste in a link in here like so. Save. Excuse me. Okay, so there is everything down here. So now it's only a matter of, you know, styling everything up. So now let's go ahead and style. Okay, all right, down here I'm just gonna say footer. So for the footer, I'm just gonna give it a border top 1 pixel. Okay, like that. And then yeah, I'm gonna target the links to links. Okay, so I'm gonna do a flex, and then I'm going to target the anchor tag in there, and I'm going to set the font size to the variable and give it a margin like that. So there it is. Okay, so something wrong with the copyright. I think the copyright is not, there's not something wrong actually. After the links, we need to target the paragraph and change the text align to center and give it a small font size as well. Okay, there it is. Excuse me. So everything looks what we expect. Okay, so now we just need to, let's focus on what else? Okay, so if I click the li, it's not working. We need to click the text. Let me see why it's not working. Let's go back. So we need to click this whole li. Actually, we haven't done on click yet. So let's do here const handle click. So when we click, so here it's going to take in the URL. Okay, when we click, so we're going to say router. So make sure you import router like this, router, and then we're going to say router dot push dot push dot push. We're going to push to the URL, well, whatever URL we click on. So handle click, we're going to push that. So on click, I'm going to actually go on the next line here. Let's make it look nice. Actually, let's do this first name, and then I'm going to do on click. So here I'm going to say I'm going to do a callback function. Actually, callback function. So here I'm going to say router, no, handle click. So the URL is going to be item.url. Okay, so we're going to route to the whatever item we click on. We're going to push to router to that. So if I click on home now, I'm routing fine without clicking the text. Okay, so now wherever I click within this li, I can route to whatever page you want to route to. Okay, so if I click this, it's not working because we have not created this page yet. All right, so now that's that for the sidebar. That's it for the sidebar. I'll see you on the next video. Actually, I think I have a few things that I might need to do in the sidebar, but we're gonna do that later. Okay, when we collapse the sidebar, that's when we're going to do some styles. So yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so let's work on collapsing the sidebar. As you can see in the original project, we can collapse this. So let's do that. So let's go to our context, to the context. So in here, we're going to create a method, const. We're going to call it maybe collapse menu. Okay, so that's what we're going to call it. Collapse menu is going to be an arrow function. Excuse me. So collapse menu, when we click, we want to access this collapse menu wherever we want to access it. So we need to also pass that in here. Okay, so before we do that, let's create some state. Let's do const default state or initial state. Okay, so in the initial state, we need to pass in whatever initial state that we have. So the first value I'm going to have is collapsed. I'm going to say false. By default, it's not collapsed. Okay, and then when we click, that's when we want to collapse. So we're going to use excuse me, we're going to use reducer, okay, to dispatch our actions and stuff. So here we're going to say const, I'm going to say state, and then here we're going to do a dispatch, and then we're going to say equal to use reducer. Use reducer is going to take in the initial state and a reducer function. Okay, so reducer, but we haven't created this one yet. We're going to create that in a minute. So this is our state dispatch. So in the collapse menu, we're going to dispatch. What are we going to dispatch in here? Well, we're going to dispatch an action. The type of the action is going to be collapse menu. Okay, collapse menu. Okay, that's the action name, but we don't have this action yet, so we need to go to utils and create a folder and not a file. Let's name it actions.js. So in here, in the actions, we can create the action to collapse the menu. So I'm gonna say export const, I'm gonna say collapse menu equal to collapse menu. That's the action. Okay, so we're going to create multiple actions. So that's the action to collapse the menu. We're exporting this action. We're going to access this anywhere that we want. So here I'm gonna say collapse menu. So now I'm importing this. Okay, so there it is, collapse menu from actions. It should be actions, not action. Actions. But anyways, we have that actions. So now we need to, you know what, I'm just gonna rename this. So now we have the actions, right? Wait, what is this? Actions. Okay, so now we have the actions, right? Actions. Okay, so we have the actions. So now we're dispatching an action called this collapse menu. We need to create something called reduces. Okay, so we need to create a new folder here. Let's do reduces. Okay, so in the reduces, let's just say I'm just gonna say reduces, but you can name this whatever you want. I'm just don't have I can't think of a good name. Okay, because you can create multiple reducers for different kind of stuff that you want to do, or you can name it stats reducer, whatever. I can't think of a good name, so it's up to you. So here I'm gonna say const stats reducer equal to, so this is gonna be a function is gonna take in the state, and then it's gonna do another parameter is going to be action. Okay, so here we need to also export this so we can access this. Okay, so export default, and then I'm gonna say stats reducer. Okay, so in here in this function we're going to return the state. Okay, so before we do anything else, we dispatched an action for collapsing the menu. So here I'm gonna say if action dot type, if the type of the action whatever we dispatched equal to collapse menu. Make sure you import collapse menu like this, the action. If the action is this collapse menu, we want to change the state. Okay, so this is spread operator, so it's not two dots. So we want to change the state. We're going to return, so we're going to copy the previous state, and then here we're going to change collapsed. Okay, the collapsed state value, we're going to change it to not collapsed. Okay, to state dot collapsed. Okay, we're going to put to the opposite of this collapse, which is coming from the state, which is false. But initially we're going to change that to true and false, on depending on whatever action we dispatched. Excuse me. So now we're changing the state. The state is going to be true, or depending on wherever we want to change the state. Okay, so now it's true. If it's false, it's going to be true here because we're changing the state. Okay, so initially it's false, but let's say when we click on a button, we want it to be true. So yeah, close menu, we're dispatching that. So go back to the context. So here, this method here, right? We're dispatching this this collapse menu, which is going to set this to true. Okay, or not true. All right, so now let's pass in the method. So instead of passing in hello world here, we are going to do like this. We're going to pass in the state, and also we're going to pass in collapse menu. Okay, so now we want to be able to access this collapse menu wherever we want to access it. So we need to wrap our app with this context provider. So to do that, let's go back to the document, cut this, and then we're gonna say context provider. Okay, so remember the children is whatever is always the data of our page, which is this one. So we always need to wrap the children. Okay, so now we should have access. There's an issue reducer because we haven't actually imported it. So we're going to, let's go back to the context. We need to import reducer from I believe it's no, reducers, like that. It should be reduce or whatever name. I couldn't find a good naming for this. I'm just gonna rename. Actually, I'm just gonna say stats reducer. Yes. Okay. I renamed the name. So now let's go back to context. Here we have the reducer. Now let's save. All right. So I'm going to say clg state. I'm going to console log state to see what we have. Inspect. As you can see, the state we have the collapsed is set to false. Okay. We want to change the collapsed inside the header. Inside this button, when we click on this button here, we want to change the collapsed. Okay, we're going to change the collapse. So we need to say here use no, not use theme. This is actually use. Let me see what I've named it. So it's called use stats context. Okay, so in the header we say use stats context. The stats context, I'm gonna say I want to get collapse menu const. So here I'm going to destructure. You can get every state value that you want from this use stats context. In this case, I want to get the collapse menu function. Collapse menu. I'm getting this function. I'm destructuring, getting only this function. Okay. So type button. So here I'm going to set on click. I'm going to do on click. Okay. I'm going to do a callback function. Actually, I'm just going to say collapse menu on click. Okay, so now let's see if the state changes. So by default it's false, right? Collapse is false. Let me click. Collapse is set to true, to false, so it's toggling the state. Okay, as you can see, it's toggling on and off the state. So that means our state is working. So now it's only a matter of toggling this width of the page. Okay, so let's go to the sidebar first. So in the sidebar, I want to access the collapsed. Okay, so sidebar. So in the sidebar, I want to access this state value here, the collapsed. How do I do that? Well, I'll go to the sidebar. I'm gonna say here use stats context. Here I'm going to destructure const. I'm going to get collapsed only the state value because we're passing in the state here. We're like spreading the state. That we're using the spread operator. Okay, so we're spreading the state, whatever data we have in the state, all of it we're spreading here, so we can access it here like that's why we can access it here like this. We can destructure. So I want to access collapsed. I want to access this collapsed here. I'm going to pass that collapsed as a prop. Okay, I'm gonna say collapsed. Okay, like that as a prop because I want to access this collapsed state in the variables here. Okay, so I'm gonna do some conditionals. I'm gonna do some conditionals here. So for the width, okay, I'm gonna say props dot, not theme but collapsed. So props dot collapsed. Okay, so props dot collapsed. If it's collapsed, I'm gonna say props dot theme dot sidebar collapsed the value. Okay, if it's collapsed, I'm gonna put this width. Else I'm gonna change this to sidebar width to sidebar width. Okay, so now let's save. Okay, as you can see, it's collapsing as we want. Okay, so now we have access, to the collapsed state, but we want to also hide the text. All right, we want to hide the text. How do we do that? So to hide the text, we need to scroll down. Okay, so let's do nav item. Okay, so for nav item, right? So padding, also the padding as well. We want to change the padding based on collapsed. So here, I'm gonna copy. Let me just copy this. The padding, we want to update this based on collapsed as well. So I'm gonna say dot collapsed. If it's collapsed, I'm gonna set the padding to this value here. If it's not, I'm gonna set it to another value. Okay, like this. Okay, so that's the collapsed. We also need to target the anchor tag. So when you hover after, we need to target the A tag. We need to get rid of the text. I'm gonna say display. I'm gonna do props. I'm just gonna props. Okay, props. Here I'm gonna say props dot collapsed. Okay, so if it's collapsed, it's gonna be none. Else it's gonna be initial. Okay, now let's save, and also we might need to do a transition as well. Let's do a transition. Actually, we don't need it. Let's see. Okay, so it's collapsing. Okay, but the padding, I think it's the other way around. I'll cut these values here. I'll put them on this side, and then I'll check these. I'll put them here. Let's see. Not really. Okay, so now let's just do the footer as well. Footer, I'm just gonna do display, the same thing with the footer. Display like this. Okay, now let's save. All right, I don't know why it's moving like this. Let me try to the icon is moving. All right. Let's try to fix why the icon is moving like that. Let me go back. So padding, let me try 0.8. Nope. Okay, inspect this. Okay, li. Let me try display flex, and then align items to center. Okay, let's try that. Yep, so now we need to go to the icon within the nav item. Let's target the icon. Let's do display flex, align items to center. Okay, so now we can collapse. Okay, So yeah, that's it for this collapse. Yeah, everything's fine actually. Yeah, that's it for this video. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's do initial data fetching. Let's try to fetch, some games like this on the homepage. So for that, we're going to use an API called Rogue. That's the name of the API. So here, just get an API key. Okay, so get an API key. So you need to create an account, get a key. So once you create an account, so this is the main link. So copy this. Okay, so let's go to the context. I'm gonna close the sidebar. I'll leave the style registers off, and then I'll close the header as well. So here now, here in the context, I've copied the link. So up here, I'm just gonna say base actually const base URL. I'm gonna do a template literal. So this is the base URL. Okay, so in the base URL, I'm gonna say key. So here we actually need to pass in the key that you've gotten from the Rogue API. So in this case, I'm just gonna paste in my key. So you don't have to use my key because I'm going to remove this key after this video. Okay, so I'll paste in the key. Let me try to find my key. I'm just trying to find to see where I've put it. Okay, so okay, yeah, I found my key. So I'm just gonna paste in the key here. Okay, so that's for the authentication. If you don't have this key, you won't be able to access the game. So in this case, I'm gonna say COG. I'm gonna say base URL. Okay, I'm going to go to the gaming stats, inspect. Let me go to the console. I'm gonna refresh this, and then we have base URL. When I click this base URL, so as you can see, we have data. Actually, look how ugly this data is. I'm gonna find a extension, JSON formatter extension. Extension. Okay, so add this extension here so we can get nicely formatted data. Let's refresh this. Okay, so as you can see now we're getting some data because we have the key. So if we didn't have the key, if I remove this key, we won't be able to go through because there's no key provided. Okay, so make sure you use your own key because this key is not going to work the next time you try to use it because I'm going to remove it after this video. Okay, so use your own key. Excuse me. Use your own key, you'll be able to go through. Okay, so now we have the key, so we're getting some data here, a lot of data. Okay, so but in this case we don't use our key like this. We don't anyone to see our key, so we're going to create a new file in here in the root directory. We're going to say config.js config.js. okay, like this. In the config, so the config is where we're going to do the configurations. Okay, so but first off, let's go to the next.config. So in the next.config, I'm going to do public runtime config. In here, I'm just going to say react app. I'm just going to say key. So here, that's where we paste in the API key. Okay, now save this config. Get out of this. Now let's go to the config function. So that's where we're going to do the configuration. So here I'm going to say import get config from next config. Okay, and then here I'm going to say const public runtime config, which we have set our API. If you remember, public runtime config, and then here we say get config. Okay, All right, so now we're going to export this. Export const, we're going to name it API key equal to public runtime config dot react app key, like this. So we're exporting this key, so we want to be able to access this key wherever we want. So in this case here, I'm going to import what did we name it? API key. Okay, so import API key from dot config. Okay, API key. So here, what's the issue here? Runtime. Let's see what we did wrong. Let's go back to config. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct. Public runtime config. Okay, so make sure it should be public runtime config. Okay, like this, paste it here. Now save. We shouldn't have that error. Okay, close it. So instead of using the API like this, key like this, we just import the key like this. We pass in the API key, like so. Now let's save to see if it's still working. Refresh. Go to the gaming stats. Let's see the full link. Now let's save. It still works. Okay. So so now we can go to the documentation. All right, so let's go games. So now we need to to have some kind of state to put that data. Let's say you see this whatever data we're getting, we need to put in some kind of a state. Okay, so let's go back to the context and create some kind of state. I'm just thinking of a name that we can give it to this state. I'm just gonna name it homepage games. So initially it's going to be an empty array. Okay, so that's homepage games. Initially it's an empty array, and now what we want to do is get the actual games. So I'm going to say fetch games, const fetch games. It's going to be an arrow function, so this should be const, not const. We're going to take in a URL. Okay, so in here in the fetch games, we're going to create some actions. So let's go to actions. Okay, so in the fetch games, we're going to dispatch some actions. So I'm going to say begin data fetch, begin data fetch. Okay, so that's the action. We're going to dispatch this action. So type of this action, it's going to be an object. Type is called begin data fetch. Okay, after that we're going to try catch. Okay, so here I'm going to do const response equal to, so this should be an asynchronous function, async. So it's going to be await axios.get. So make sure you install axios. Okay, run npm install axios if you haven't already. Okay, for fetching our data. Axios, or you can use the fetch API if you want to, but axios makes it easier. Okay, so import axios.get. We're going to get the URL. Okay, so in the URL let's see. Let's try to CLG the response. Okay, so now let's try to use the use effect. I'm gonna get rid of this state. I'm gonna say use effect, use effect, use effect, use effect. So I'm taking a callback function. Okay, so on initial render, let's give it an empty array. We want to fetch games, and then I'm gonna pass in the base URL. So on initial render, I'm going to, let's see what we have. Refresh the page, go to the console. Okay, so the key is undefined, unfortunately. Let's see why this is happening. API key, config, next config. So make sure everything is set up properly. Go to the next config. Let me double check. Okay, React app key, public runtime config. So yeah, that's our key. Okay, I mean, let's go back to the config. See if there's something wrong. Oh, actually, I think I know why. We need to restart the server. So stop the server, and now let's run npm run dev again. All right, so now let's refresh. Okay, still undefined. This is strange. Okay. Let's look in the config to see if we done something wrong. Config, public runtime. Okay. Let's try to rerun the. Let's try to rerun the editor. Remove this. I'm gonna try to rerun it. Okay. So now let's bring it back. I'm sorry, my phone is still on silent. I'm gonna put it on silent now. All right. So now let's try to rerun this to see if there's an issue with our key. Okay, let's refresh. It still is undefined. That is strange. Public runtime config. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I think I might have to try to find out what's going on off camera. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, I just realized I was not importing correctly. You need to put this in curly braces and then save. So now you should get everything should work as expected. So now you can see now the key, everything works. When we click, we're fetching the data. So now we just need to utilize this data, put this data in our state. Okay, so how do we do that? So we are dispatching an action down here. So begin fetching data. We need to create another action. So this one is going to be data fetched. Okay, so data fetched. So let's go back. I'm gonna get rid of configs. So data fetched, we need to dispatch that. So actually we need to see the result. So here's the response. So in the response we have data, and then we have we have data and results. Okay, so it's data dot results. Okay, so it's response dot data dot results. Okay, so here we need to dispatch that. Dispatch. type is going to be data fetch. Okay, and then we're going to send the data to our state using the payload. Payload is going to be response dot data dot results. I think results, like so. The results. Okay, so now we're sending a payload. So we want to put that payload into our state, which is homepage games. So if we go to our state, homepage games, we need to go to the reducers. So if actually we need something as well, loading. We need to put some loading. I'm gonna say loading. I'm gonna set that to false. So if we go to the reducers, if I say if type action dot type equal to begin data fetch, I'm going to return previous state. So previous state, and then I'm going to say loading to true. Okay, loading to true, and then I'm going to duplicate this. This one is going to be data fetched. So when we fetch the data, I'm going to set loading to false, and also what did I name the state? So I want to put the data in homepage games. Okay, so homepage games excuse me, homepage games. So the data comes from the payload. Okay, so we're gonna say action dot payload. Okay, it's not the type. The type is for, we're using the type for the action, but the payload is what is bringing in the data. So now let's save. So now we just need to COG down here. You can just COG state. Okay, state. Here I'm just gonna say collapse menu. Okay, so now we should let me refresh this. Okay, as you can see, the loading started as true and then it went to false. Okay, so now as you can see, we started without data, so that's when the loading was happening. It's true, and then after a while the data came in, so now the loading is false. And then homepage games, as you can see, now we have the data in the homepage games. Okay, so now we have the data in our array. So now what we need to do is we need to make a game component which is going to display the games. Okay, so I'm just gonna comment fetch homepage games. Okay, and maybe upcoming games too. All right, upcoming games. Okay, so now we have access to the data. It's in our state, so we're going to have access to it wherever we want to access that data. So in this case, the index page, which is the main page. Okay, so in the index, that's where we want to, that's where we want to display the the game item, the game component. Okay, so how do we do that in the index? Well, I'm going to create a component called game, which is already created. Okay, so here we just need to render that component. Okay, but in this case, I'm just going to create const homepage styled equal to styled dot div. So don't forget to import style components. Okay, All right, so now here I'm just going to render a game component. I'm just gonna say dot home items. Actually, I'm gonna put it in a div, and then I'm gonna say game. Yeah. So we need to import the actual game component. So up here, I'm gonna say import game from components game. Okay. Delete the sidebar. We don't need it here. Header. We don't need it. All right. Excuse me. So now we have the game. There it is. Game. So now we just need to work on that component. Go to the game component. 1 second. Game styled. Oh my days. Game styled. Equal to styled dot div. Styled div. All right. Okay, so make sure we need theme. Use theme context. Okay, we also need some stuff from the state. Okay, so what we need is homepage games from the state. Okay, so I'm gonna say const. I'm gonna destructure. I need homepage games. The state home page games equal to use stats context. Okay, so now we have access to the state. Okay, so now what we need to do, I want to map through the homepage games. Okay, and yeah, actually I'm not going to map homepage games. I'm going to map the homepage games. I'm gonna copy this, actually. I need the homepage games in the index. Okay, right here. That's where I need the homepage games, not in the game itself. So in the game itself, that's where I'm going to display, okay, the data. So I'm just gonna get the values, okay, here values, and then maybe on click. Okay, so the values are gonna come from let me get rid of actions. The values are gonna come from so here, instead of returning game component, I am going to map the homepage games. Okay, homepage games dot map. So okay, I'm gonna say game. It's gonna be a function. So here, instead, I'm going to return a game component. Okay, return game component. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the key. For the key, it's going to be game.id. Okay, and then values, I'm just going to whatever properties that are coming from from the game. I want all of those properties in the values. I'm going to spread them. Okay, values, I'm just going to say game. All of the properties, I'm just going to spread them, and then I'm going to destructure them in the game component. Okay, and then we have click. So for the click, when you click the game component, we want to open each individual game, but we're not going to do that now. So I'm going to get rid of the click function for now. So now I just need to close the game. Okay, so now let's refresh. Use stats context, because we have not imported that. Use stats context. We need to import this one, not theme. Actually, what did I do? Use stats context. Okay, import that, and now let's save. All right, so now what we need to do So let's go to the game, and here let's COG values, okay, to see what we have coming from the data. Values, and then I'm gonna say values. Okay, so now let's see, inspect console. So values, it's an object. Okay, so this object, it has some, some properties. We want to destructure these properties accordingly. Okay, so let's destructure those properties that we want. So in this case, we're destructuring from values. I'm gonna say const. I'm gonna get the name. I'm gonna get the background image. Also, for now, actually, I only get the name and background image. I'm destructuring that from values. Okay, so now in here, I'm going to pass the theme as usual, theme, and then I'm going to give an image. So in the image, I'm going to do image, which is coming from next image. So make sure you import image like this from next image. Okay, so I'm going to put some properties for the image. I'm just gonna paste in the properties. So these are next specific properties. So the alt, the layout, the object fit to cover, we don't need to stretch. Okay, and the priority as well. And then I'm going to put the source src. So I'm gonna say if there's no background image, okay, if it doesn't exist, I'm going to show no image, or I'm just gonna show the background image as well. So no image, we need to import that. So no image is just a picture saying no image. Import no image from assets. It's called no image.jpg. Okay, so background image. There's an issue because we have not closed the tag. All right, so I'm also going to give it a border radius. Actually, I'm going to say style equal to border radius. I'm going to say theme border radius small. Okay, like that. So let me make it look nice actually, instead of style like this. So this one is better. All right, so now let's save. Seems like there's an issue. Oh, look how it's Rogue Media Games. Okay, so let's go to the next config. You need to copy this media.rogue.io. Let's go to the config. We need to set up this link here. So because our image is coming from a URL, so we need to set that up in the next config. Okay. So next config, there it is. So here, let's just say images. Let's say if you have multiple URLs where your images are coming from, you need to set those URLs in here. So here I'm gonna say domains. It's gonna be an array. If you have multiple domains, you need to set them in here. Okay, so paste in the text you copied there and refresh. It seems like we still have an issue because we need to rerun this project actually. Yes, and then rerun npm run dev. Okay, so we should be able to refresh. Okay, there it is. So now we are getting the data, but yeah, there's just a lot going on here. So let's fix it. Okay, so we need to fix the game. We need to style it. Okay, so for the game, let's start with the width. I'm gonna set that to 100%. Width, let's give it a background color and a border radius and a position of relative. Okay, the usual. Let's do cursor to pointer. and then let's give it a transition, and the image, give it a border radius as well. Okay, so on hover, when we hover, well, I want the image to scale, okay, and give it a transition on the scaling as well. After that, after the hover, I'm going to target the image, so I'm going to give it a height of 500 pixels and a position of relative. Okay, so there is the images, there they are. Okay, so some images don't exist. Okay, so let's keep going. Now we have the image. Now we just need to target. Let's see, what else do we have. So we're going to have gamma item name. So I'm going to say dot title. So in the title, I'm just gonna say h1 and then give it a name. So here I'm just gonna say dot title, and then for the title, I'm only going to give it a padding top and bottom. All right, so we have the title. So now what we need to do is you know, do a grid. So home items in here, like so. So in here, we're just gonna do display grid, and then grid template columns. Okay, so here we're just gonna say repeat. I'm gonna say autofill because we want this grid to be responsive automatically. Min max. So the minimum width is going to be 600 pixels, and then 1FR. Okay, they're all going to have equal size. Okay, and then here I'm gonna say grid gap, which is going to be to RAM. Okay, so yeah, so there's the images, and it's in a nice grid, but we're going to change our URL. So for this URL, we're going to get specific dates, okay? And also the page size, we're going to change the page size as well. Let's go to the context. In here, let's do state. Let's say page size, okay? So initially, the page size, I just said 12, okay? Initially, 12, okay? So let's go back to fetching. What did we fetch? So here, I'm gonna do a template literal. I'm gonna put in the base URL, and then after that, I'm going to say end page size. You can read the documentation how to do everything. Okay, page size. I don't want to go through the documentation with you one by one. It's a waste of time. So you can do that in your free time if you want to find out about these links. Okay, so in here for the page size. I'm going to include the page size. Okay, I'm gonna say state. Okay, dot page size. Okay, and save. All right. So some don't have images, or some images they take a while to come back. Or you can put a preloader if you want to. Okay, so yeah, that's the data. We want to be able to load more data as well. So I'm going to include a class called load more index. Here I'm just going to say dot load more. Okay, I'm just going to include the button. Okay, so if you remember the props of our button, so now you just change the props. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in the props here. So icon down, make sure you import this icon down. From icons, make sure you import it. Okay, and then the background as well, I'm just going to put it to the primary background. Okay, So on click, we want to increase page size. Okay, so how do we do that? Let's go back to our context. I'm going to say const increase page size. Actually, let's start with the load more button, shall we? We should have a load more. There it is, the button. So now we just need to style that in the global. Okay, so because we're going to use this load more class in all over, so global dot load more one more display flex, and then just file content to center, and then padding top and bottom I'm gonna set to 2 rem, left and right 0. So there it is. Okay, so now we need to do increase page size. So let's go to our context, const increase page size. All right, so increase page size, that's the name of the function. Okay, so we're just going to dispatch an action here. So the type is going to be increase page size. Let's go to the action, shall we? Actions. So this one is going to be page size. Page size. Okay, so we're going to dispatch this page size. So let's go back to the context. Here I'm just going to say page size. So make sure you import it, and then the payload. So let's do like this, comma payload. So the payload is going to be state. Okay, the state dot page size plus 6. Whatever we have in the state, we're going to increase by 6 or by 4. Whatever, it's up to you how you decide to do it. Increase page size. We need to we need to export it as well, because we want to access it somewhere. Okay, so we want to access this increase page size method. Now let's go to the reducer. Here I'm gonna say if. I'm just gonna duplicate this one. I'm gonna say if if page size. So if page size, I am going to set the page size to action.payload. Page size to action.payload. Okay, remove the loading. All right. Okay, so now let's save. So now this page size should increase whenever we call that method. Okay, so we want to call the method when we click the load more button. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to context. I'm gonna copy this method. We're going to be destructuring that method in the index. So here we're going to increase page size. We're going to call that method. So here the click, we're just gonna put that method. Save. Okay, so that's the increase page size. All right, let's see. Okay, nothing happens because we need to refetch. We need to refetch the data. Okay, so when we refetch the data, we need to increase the data. So we actually, let me see. So see here, when you click, we need to refetch the data. So yeah, let's go back to the context. Okay, so all right, context. When we click, so page size here, we need to refresh the data when the state change. So state dot page size. Okay, when the page size changes, we need to refresh the data. All right, so let me go back, let me refresh, scroll, click, nothing works. Let me inspect console, go back, click, page size 16. Oh, it's actually working. Yeah, it's working. It took a while to load the data actually. So when I click, yeah, it's loading the data, but it's taking a bit of a while to load the data. But you can put some kind of skeleton loading if you want. But yeah, everything works. Refresh again. When the page size changes, it's gonna fetch more data. So yeah, that's it for the home page. Next time we'll work on when we click this game item to show a pop-up like a model. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's work on the clicking functionality. So as you can see here, when you click, you're gonna see some, this model popping up and the stats of whatever game. Okay, so yeah, let's go to the let me see what we should start with. So yeah, it's called a game model. Okay, game model. I'm gonna close the index. What am I gonna? Okay, so now let's just work on the game model. There's going to be a lot of information in this game model. Okay, it's going to take a lot of time. Okay, so let's do const game model styled. Go to styled dot div. Excuse me. All right, so I'm going to be copy and pasting a lot of CSS styles because I don't want to waste your time doing one by one. Okay, so as usual, we're gonna pass in the theme const theme equal to use theme context. It's not importing automatic for some reason. Import use theme context from context. Okay, so with the theme context, we also want what else do we need? Okay, so we need to actually get an individual game. Okay, the one that we click on. So let's go back to context and put some state here. I'm gonna say game data because we want to get the data of each individual game that we click on and then put it in here. Okay, so the game data, I'm gonna say platforms. In the game data, there's going to be platforms of the game. Okay, I'm going to set that an array to an empty array, and then we're going to have genres. I'm going to set that to an empty array. So we have the game data. So now we need to fetch a specific game, the one that we click on. Okay, so you have fetch games. In here, we need to do fetch game. Okay, each individual game that we click on. So how do we do that? So we just do the fetch game. So here const fetch game equal to an arrow function. So make sure it's async, okay, because we're going to fetch. All right, so we are going to do an action. The action is going to be fetch game begin. Okay, so that's the action. All right, and then we're going to do fetch game. All right, so let's go back to context, and we're going to dispatch. Type fetch game begin. Okay, so here, you know what, you can do try and catch just in case we get an error. I'm just gonna say const game equal to await axios dot get. So in the get method, so I want to get the game based on the ID. Okay, I'm gonna get in the ID parameter here. So I'm gonna put some arguments. So like the ID, when you click, so the game here, we're going to get the URL. The URL that we're going to get, this I'll paste in the main URL. Okay, so this is the main URL for the games. Okay, and then I'm going to pass in the ID in here. ID. Okay, the game ID, and then game ID, question mark, and then here I'm just gonna pass in the key. Okay, so the key is gonna be API key. Okay, so yeah, this is the game data. So in here I can say cog game. Okay, and then I'm just gonna say game.data. You know what, I'm just gonna cog the game.data. Okay, it's just game. All right, so I'm going to dispatch an action. Type, it's going to be fetch game. Okay, and then the payload. So for the payload, I'm going to pass in game.data. Okay, so fetch game, we want to affect this fetch game when we clicked something. Okay, clicked. So here I'm just gonna say increase page size state. I'm just gonna say fetch game item. So here I'm just gonna say const fetch game, actually fetch clicked sorry, game equal to async, and then the ID. All right, so here I'm gonna say fetch game. Okay, I'm gonna fetch the game. I'm gonna pass in the ID, whatever ID the game that we click on. So whenever we run this method, whatever ID we pass in for the game, we're going to fetch that game. Okay, I'm going to let's go to yeah, we need to pass in the method here. So what I'm gonna do here, actually, I'm gonna put this like this, actually, like that. Okay, and then I'll put the fetch clicked game. Okay, so for example, if I inspect, let's go to here. If I inspect, when I go to the console homepage games, each game has got an ID. Okay, let's say this ID right here. So the name of the game is called The Witcher Wild Hunt. So let me see. If I click this, okay, I think it's end ID equal to, and then I'm pressing the ID. Okay, so what ID did I put in this one? Wait a minute, this is the wrong one. Now let me double check how the ID UI was done. Key, so games, oh no, games / ID. Okay, so here, games, I'm gonna say /ID, something like this. Okay, yeah, there it is. So now we're getting the object, okay, based on the ID. Okay, so that's the correct game. So whatever ID we pass in, we get that game. Okay, so that's why this function is going to take in an ID. Okay, so when we click, we want to get the ID of whatever item that we click on. Okay, so let's go to the index, the pages, to the main index. When we click the game, okay, so game, like this, we're going to say click. So we're going to do a callback function in here, callback function, because we're going to run multiple methods later. So here we're just going to say fetch clicked game. So let's destructure that, fetch clicked game. So in the fetch excuse me, in the fetch clicked game, let's cog the ID. Okay, so you can see what ID we're clicking on. ID. Okay, so now let's go back to the gaming stats, refresh, and let's clear the console. Click, nothing happens, nothing happens because we haven't done the click yet in the game. Okay, so game, here we're going to say on click. So here we're going to pass in that prop, the click prop. Okay, so now when we click, the ID is undefined. Okay, because we need to pass in the actual ID of what we click on. So the ID here, it's the fetch click game. It takes in an ID parameter, ID. So it's called game dot ID, like that. So when we click, we get the ID of the game. Okay, so when we click this one, we get the ID. When we click, we get a different ID. Okay, we're getting the whole object of the game that we click on. We're getting the whole thing. Okay, so everything makes sense now. Now we just need to work on opening the model. When you click, we open the model. So for the model, we're going to do some actions. We're going to create two actions to open model and close model. So let's go to the actions and create those actions. Not icons, but actions. So we have open model and close model actions. Go back. So let's go back to the context, and that's where we're going to do open and close model. So I'm gonna say open model. Here const open model. So this is going to be an arrow function. So here we're just going to dispatch an action. Okay, so open model, dispatch type is going to be open model. Okay, so I'm going to pass in a payload as well for the model, which is going to be the ID. So we're going to pass in the ID. We're going to open the model with the ID, whatever we click on. Okay, duplicate, close model. You're going to see why we need that ID later on. So open model and then close. Okay, so close model. Okay, so we have open and close model. So we need to send those functions here. Open model and then close model. Okay, so now we just need to do those actions. Let's go to the reducer and excuse me. We need to work on those actions, open and closing the model. So I'm going to go back to the context. Actually, we need some states. I'm gonna say model open. So model open by default it's false. Okay, so we have model open by default it's false. Okay, and then we have the model ID. Yeah, so the model ID by default, let's set that to no. Okay, so we have model open, model ID. So let's go back to the reducers. So in here, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to say open model open, open model. Excuse me. So open model. I'm going to get the state for the payload, model ID. Okay, so for opening the model ID is gonna come from the payload. All right, and what else do we need? And model open, we're gonna set that to true. Okay, so that's for opening the model, and then we need to close the model. Open model, and then let's do closing model. Close model. Okay, so false. We're gonna set that to false, and then we're just gonna set back to null. Okay, so now we've handled those. We need to work on the game model. Okay, so game model. Okay, actually, let's do the click first, the opening model. On click, so index here, we need to get open model. If you remember, open model is going to take in an ID. Open model. Okay, so it's going to take in the ID. Okay, so now let's go back to game model. Let's style it first, and then let's see what else we need later on. Okay, so yeah, this one I'm going to make it quicker. I'm going to give it a width of 100%. Okay, so I'm going to set background color to red first to see what we're doing. Okay, so background color to red. On click, we should be able to open model. So, but the thing is, we don't see it. We want to see it. Okay, so what we need to do is go back to the layouts. Before between the sidebar and the children. Here, I'm gonna say use stats context. Okay, so here I'm gonna destructure. What I need is the model open. Okay, I'm gonna say model open. That's what I need. Okay, so if model open, just if it's open, if it's true, I want to see the game model. Okay, like that. I want to see that component if it's true. Okay, so let me try to set it to true. Let me go back to, let me close the layouts to context. So it's false now. Model open false. Let me try to set that to true. Okay, it's true, but we don't see it because we need to style. Let's go back to the game model. Let's try to set the Z index. Okay, Z index. Let's try that to 5 or 6. Okay, it's still not showing. We need to see why it's not showing. Okay, so actually it's because there's no content. H1 yellow. Let's refresh. Okay, there it is. There's our model. Okay, so let's keep styling. Let's keep styling. So our model is showing. So I'm gonna set it back to, actually I'm gonna keep it open because I want to style it. Let's go back to model. I'm gonna keep it open because I want to keep styling the actual model. All right, so in here we're going to have the model content excuse me. Okay, so we have the model content. So in the model content we have the top model. Okay, and then we have the name. I'm gonna do h1. I'm just gonna put the name which is gonna come from, we're gonna destructure. I'm gonna say use stats like this. So I'm going to destructure here. I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the I want to get the close model as well. Close model. I also want the game data. I'm also going to destruct the properties of the game data that I need. Okay, so I'm going to destruct them here. So I've gotten the name, platforms, ratings, genres, background, etc. You can get any properties that you want. Okay, so in this case I'm getting the properties that I want. Okay, so now we have name, so we need to pass in name, and then after the name we have the rating. Okay, so I'm gonna say p rating. All right, after the name we have the actually the rating is inside the name, like so, and then with the platforms. Okay, I'm just gonna say h1 platforms. Okay, so with the platforms I'm gonna save. After the platforms, after the actually the top model, we have the image. Okay, so for the image we're going to import image from next image. So next image, so don't forget to import the image up here. I'm just going to paste in the props. We've done it before, the same thing we've done before with the image. Paste in the props, so these props are next specific. Okay, all right, so that's for the background image, and then I'm going to close. Okay, image, and then after the image I'm going to have a div called play, and then in the play I'm gonna have a here. I'm just gonna say a website. The a is gonna lead us to a website, and then I'm just gonna bring in play icon from the icons. Excuse me. Okay, so below that, below the play, after the actually the image, we're gonna do genres. Okay, so I'm just gonna say h1 genres like so. Now let's save. All right, because we haven't clicked on anything yet, that's why you don't see anything. But now let's go to create another div. Actually, after everything else, I'm just gonna say dot model hider. Okay, so here the model hider, we're just gonna say on click, we're just gonna say close model. Okay, when we click on it, this model hider, we're gonna close the model. Okay, I'm gonna style the model hider. Okay, let's style it. So for the model hider, I'm just gonna paste in the styles. Okay, so we want it to be blur and put the color. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of this background here. Okay, so as you can see, it's blur now. When we click, it should close model. Let's go back to context. Model open. I'm gonna say false. Let's see what's gonna happen. Refresh. Okay, so now it's open. When we click on the game, okay, the model is open. But when we click this one, it should close the model. Let's see what's going on. Did we model hider? Okay, close model. All right, let's go back to context. Let's see why it's not closing. Open model, close model, close model. Oh, it doesn't take in an ID. Actually, you don't need a payload for this one. We just close the model. Let's go back to the stats reducer. Close model. We don't need the model ID. Close model. False. Okay, so model open, false. Oh, this is open. Oops. So close model open to false. We don't need this. All right, now let's save. On click. Okay, click the game. Let me inspect this one. Model hider. Model open. Did I import close model? Close model. Okay. Strange. I don't know why it's not closing the model. Wait a minute. Let's put it back to now. The model ID. Okay. Let's go back to the method to see what we did wrong. Context. Okay, let me check the state actually. State. Model open to true. When I click. Okay. I think there's something wrong with the click function. Okay. So let's go back to check on the on click. All right. On click. Seems like to be there's nothing wrong with the on click function. Strange. Let me get rid of this Z index as well. Strange. Close mono. Context. Let me do COG. Close model. I was stupid. Look at the naming. It's close model. Oh, my bad. I've wasted a lot of time doing this. So now when we click, it should work, by the way, but it's not working because export, we need to say close model. Okay. So now it's working. Okay. So now we can click. It's like closing the model as well. Okay. So the function is working. So make sure next time when you're exporting, the namings is correct because I couldn't even see that. That's so strange. Okay. So now let's go to the styling. Let's do dot top model. Yeah, to speed up, I'm just going to paste a lot of CSS styles just to speed up the process. I'm gonna say dot name. I'm gonna target the name section. Okay, the name section. I'm just gonna target the name section, and then I'm gonna save. Okay, so we have the top model, the name. Let me actually start with the model content. Besides, let me collapse the top model first, and then let me start with the model content. Model content. I want to center the model content at the center of this, this thing. So to center that, we're using position absolute and transform that -50 -50. So when I click, there's nothing yet. Okay. So the model content. So here is the model content. Okay. Model content. So make sure your classes, the naming is correct as well. So we have the model content. We also need to give it an overflow paste and the background. Okay. I'm gonna set a scroll bar, just do and WebKit scroll bar like this. Okay, so there it is. So there's our model content. When we click it, it doesn't close. When we click outside, it closes. Okay. All right. Like so. Okay. So now, in there, we have the image. Okay, I'm gonna say dot image. So for the image, I'm gonna set the position of relative and a height of 500 pixels. Okay, and then I'm gonna target the play button. I'm gonna set the position to absolute, percent of absolute, and then I'm going to say bottom 5%, and then left 5%, I believe, and then I'm gonna target the anchor tag. I'm gonna say padding 1 rem, and then I'm going to display flex and give it a width and a height. Width and height must be equal because I want to give it a border radius of 50% to make it rounded. Okay, so when I click, it's there, but I mean, you don't see yet. So now let's see what's going on with the data, game data. Okay, so now let's see what's going on with the game data. Inspect object game data. There's nothing in the game data because we haven't done the state yet for the game data. So if let's go to context, as you can see, game data, there it is. It's empty. Okay, but when we face the game, we display some actions. Fetch game and begin game fetching. Begin game fetch. So fetch game. Okay, copy. Begin game fetch. Loading to true. begin game begin game fetch game begin, actually, yeah, and then fetch game. Here we're just going to say fetch game, okay, the action. So here we're just going to say loading to false, and then game data, we're going to set that to action dot payload. Okay, like so. So now let's save. So we should have a game data. Okay, on click, model open, game data. So there's our game data. We do have the game data. Okay, so now we are displaying the image, the title, there it is. So now it's only a matter of styling this thing. Okay, we can open and close. So now let's type this thing. All right, so let's go back to game model. Okay, so for the play, let's give it a background color. Actually, let's give the A tag a background color. Okay, so there it is, color BG2. So there is the nice background color. And then after the image, we're going to go for genres. So in there, we're just going to do display flex. Okay, but we haven't gotten the genres yet. Let's go back, and then here we're just going to map through all of those genres, which are going to return us a button. Okay, so to do that, we're just going to say genres dot map. So here we're just going to say genre. I'm hungry. My stomach's growling. Yeah, it's growling. Now I'm gonna say return. So what are we going to return? We're going to return a button. Okay, the button component we've created from the beginning. Make sure you import the button. I'm just going to pass in those props, the button props. Okay. Excuse me. Oops. I'm gonna pass in the button props. Okay. So we have the props. So these are the data. I'm just gonna name it genre. So it's gonna take in the key. It's gonna be genre.id. The background is button gradient 5. Okay, and then I'm going to save this. We should have the buttons there. So now down here in the genres, I'm going to target each button. I'm going to say button. So in there, I want to give it a margin. Okay, so margin right and a border and hover on hover. What are we going to do on hover? Well, I'm just going to give it a box shadow on hover. Okay, so let's save. So when you click, we have a nice shadow when you hover this button. If you want, you can get rid of the the blob. Let's do that. What you need to do, just get rid of the prop blob. Just get rid of this. So you just have like a nice shadow on your hover. It actually makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, get rid of that. Now we have the the buttons. So now we just need to add the text. You can extract as many properties as you want. I'm gonna say dot description. I'm gonna say p. I'm gonna say description row. So there it is. When you click, there's a description. You can find a way to to go to the next lines, to break the lines. So let's inspect this. So when you go to the console, the game data, You see these properties, you can get any property that you want from here. But to make this video shorter and not to waste your time, I've decided only to go with a few properties. But now you know how to get these properties. You can just destructure these properties and use them how you want. So for the description, you can also get a Reddit description as well. There it is. For the description, the one I'm using, description row, or you can use the description with p tags and line breaks. But you have to find a way how to to make those line breaks. Okay, it's up to you. That's your homework. Okay, so now let's do the rating stars. So these rating stars are quite actually challenging. They're not as simple as you think. But let's start with the title actually. The title. So for the title, it has like a nice gradient. So name. So with the play button, so we have name, play. Let me target the span. Okay, so actually display. Nope. Name. What's name? Image. Play. Okay, I think name is here. Okay, so yeah, after the span, I'm gonna target the H1. So I'm just gonna clip the background. I'm just gonna paste in the code, clip the background. So yeah, as you can see, it's now a nice gradient. The title is now a nice gradient. Now let's work on the rating. So the rating is going to be a little bit challenging. Okay, it's not that simple. So we're going to do with some code to do the rating stars. It's like a conditions. So when I click, let me go to the finish one. So when I click this, so the rating works like this. So if the rating is like less than 4.5, we're gonna display 4 stars. If it's greater than 4.5 or 4.5, we're gonna display 5 stars. Yeah, it's going to be like some conditions. Okay, so if it's like, let's say for example, this one is 4.1, it's gonna display 4 stars. Okay, if it was greater than 4.5, it's 5 stars, something like that. It's like rounding. It's like simple condition. Okay, so now to do that, let's go. I'm gonna say const display stars. Okay, I'm gonna say equal to. I'm gonna create an empty array. I'm gonna say array. So this is from to. So this is an empty array. It's just from. Okay, it's gonna take in an object. So the length of the array that I'm creating, I want to specify. I want 5, just like 5 stars. Okay, so that's the length. So this array is going to be like an empty array. I can't even COG this. Display stars. Okay, so it's going to have like undefined and defined because we've created an array. Where is the array? Let me refresh this. Get rid of the console. Click. We should have an array somewhere with undefined properties. Okay, actually it's gonna also take 1 second. Let's say comma. I'm gonna say stars. Let's refresh this. All right, let me see if I can find stars. What are we console logging here? We need to get rid of the consoles. Let me see where we are console logging a lot of stuff. Where are we console? Okay, never mind. But anyway, just believe what I'm saying. So I don't want to waste the time. So we're creating an empty array with 5 elements, elements which are empty. Right now they're all undefined. Okay, so we're gonna do a callback function. So we're gonna run this callback function on every element in this array. Okay, so I don't want the element, I want to get the index. Okay, so this callback function, so the first one, I don't want the element, I just want to get the index of that element. Okay, so it's gonna be from 0 to 4, which is like five items. Okay, so now in here I'm gonna say const number equals to, so here I'm gonna say index, whatever the index, and then I'm gonna say plus 0.5. Okay, so in here I'm going to return, so what are we going to return? I'm going to return a span for every individual item. So the key, because it's going to be, it's 5 items, it's a list, so I'm going to say key is going to be the index. So in here I'm going to say rating. Do I have the rating? I think, okay, yeah, I do have rating. So I'm going to say here, I'm going to say rating. So if rating is greater than or equal to index, greater than or equal to index plus 1. Okay, and then I want to show star. Okay, this icon here, a star. Or if rating is greater than or equal to num, which is the current index plus whatever index it is plus 0.5 num. Okay, num. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to do a half star half. Okay, star half, else we're not going to display anything. Otherwise, if we're like a smaller star, like a quarter star, whatever, we could have done, those conditions as well. But in this case, we're not doing that. Okay, rating stars. So now, rating, in the rating, I'm going to pass in the rating stars. Okay, so I'm gonna say P here. I'm gonna say rating. So rating, I'm gonna display the stars. Star. What did I name? Star display. Display stars. Display stars. So if there's rating, we're going to say display stars. Else, I'm gonna say span, just in case the game is not out yet or there's no rating. I'm gonna say span, no rating, just in case the game is not out. Okay, no rating. Okay, and also I want to display the actual rating in the number. I'm gonna put a terminal literal here. Okay. What's the issue here? I'm gonna say like this. Here, I'm gonna say rating. Okay, what's the issue? Rating. If rating is true, let's. If we have something in the rating, display the stars. Blah blah blah. Okay. Interesting. So let's see what's going on. Oh, after this, we want to display the rating. Okay. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna put a terminal literal like this, and then I'm gonna do like this, and then I want to display the rating. Actually, I want to do this, and then I want to do this, and then I'm gonna say rating, and then save. Okay. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing the whole time. was looking at this one, I was supposed to see the array of 5 items. I was looking at the final product instead of looking at this one. Okay, so here now, as you can see, the rating is 3.5. So as you can see, the rating is at 3.5. Okay, so it's gonna display the correct rating. As you can see, 4 stars rating, 4 stars rating. Okay, so it's working properly. The rating is working. So now we just need to work on the platforms, and then we're done with this thing, with this model. Okay, so for the platforms, we're going to do let's do platforms. Okay, so we're going to do switch, use switch. We're going to create a function const. I'm going to say platform item equal to, okay, it's going to take a platform. So in here, I'm going to say switch. What are we switching? The platform. Okay, so switch platform. So case, the first case, if it's PlayStation 4, let's say PlayStation 4, and then what are we going to do? Well, if it's PlayStation 4, we're going to return an image. Return image. We've already imported the image from next image. Okay, so the source, we're going to import some images. Okay, so the images, they're going to come from the assets. Okay, I'm just going to paste in the imports of the images that we want. I'm going to paste in those imports here. So if the case is PlayStation, I'm going to put PlayStation image here. PlayStation. Okay, so if that's the case, we want to display that image. Let's do an out equal to PlayStation. Okay, so what all I need now is width. Let's do 28 pixels. Height, let's do 28. Okay, so now let's close this image, save. Okay, so this platform item, where are we going to use this platform item? Well, when we go to platforms, right here, so that's where we want to make use of that function. Okay, so in platform, that's where we want to make use of the function. So what we're going to do is we're going to map platforms, because we have lots of platforms dot map. Okay, and then I'm gonna say plat. Okay, so I'm mapping through each and every platform. Okay, so in here we're going to return a span. Okay, and then we're gonna give it a key. Each platform is gonna give platform.id. Okay, now in the span, that's where we're going to run that function, platform item, and then we're going to pass in the platform name. Platform dot platform dot name. Actually, this one is dot platform. Okay, now let's save. So there it is. So there's our platform. So we have PS so far. We need to do the rest of the icons. Okay, so this one's no PS, this one is PlayStation. Okay, so now we need to do the rest of the cases. So here we can say PS PlayStation 4. We need to do the rest PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and then we're gonna say O, and then PlayStation 2, or keep going like this for whatever conditions you want to check. And then copy this case, duplicate the next case. If it's Xbox 360, or whatever, we want to display the Xbox icon. But in this case, I'm just going to paste in all of the cases. I've done this off camera, so I don't want to waste your time. So here are the cases. Okay, so PlayStation 4, if it's, we're going to return the PlayStation icon. If it's Xbox One or Xbox Series X, we're going to return the Xbox icon. If it's PC, Windows 7, whatever, we're going to return the Windows icon. Or if it's Android or whatever, we're going to return the Android icon. Or by default, you can set an image by default. If something you don't, let's say whatever you're looking for, let's say it's not here, it's not in these cases, we're just gonna say gamepad like a default, default return if the platform you're looking for is not there. This is weird. Yeah, so look at this. So to make it work nicely, that's why the return, I left it empty as an empty string, so it doesn't look crazy. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, it's better without those weird gamepads. Okay, so I'd rather leave it empty like that. Okay, but we just need to style these, we just need to style the platforms. Okay, so once we start those platforms, everything should look nicer. So yeah, we've done the platforms, the genres, so we just need to style those. So h1, after the name, we're gonna say dot platforms. Okay, so in the platforms, we're going to do display flex, display flex, and then we're going to target the h4 in there. I'm going to give it a font size of 24 pixels, and then we're going to give it a color of gray 0, and then finally we need to target the icons, the usual display flex. Okay, so after that we're going to target the span, and then margin top, we're just going to say 1 rem, and then we're going to say end note the last child. We don't want the last child to have this property. Excuse me. Margin right 1 rem. Okay, now let's save. All right, something's wrong with the flex. Okay, display flex, icons. Let me double check the naming. Platforms. Oh, yeah, so this one, cut and then do dot icons like so, and then save. There it is. So much better, or rather that looks way better. So yeah, you can add as many properties as you want on this game item. It's up to you. The rest is up to you. So I just showed you how to do it. So yeah, that's it for this model. We're going to work on the popular and then upcoming on the next coming videos. I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's work on the popular page. Okay, so let's go to the when we click on popular, there's nothing. Let's close the game model. We don't need it for now. Okay, so I'm going to collapse this function, fetch game, and fetch games. I'm going to create another function, popular games. Excuse me. Popular. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna copy the fetch games, paste it here. I'm gonna say popular. popular. Okay, so popular games, the URL, let's go back to, we don't need to console log this ID. In here, I'm gonna say popular games. So in the popular games, we're going to slightly alter the URL. Okay, so in here, I'm gonna say base URL, and then I'm gonna say and page size. Basically, this same thing here. I'm just gonna, put it there. Actually, for the popular games, I don't want to fetch them based on the page size as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create another use effect. It's gonna take in a callback function. Okay, so here I'm gonna do popular games. I'm gonna do base URL. Okay, so for the popular, I'm just gonna fetch the base URL. Okay, that's it for the popular games. We're not gonna fetch anything else, only the base URL. Okay. Actually, I'm thinking, let me see for the final one. Let me see if popular games. Okay, we have no load more button here. I'm just thinking if we need one, you know what, we might as well just do it here as well. We might as well put the page. Okay, I'm gonna put the page. Excuse me. Popular games. Okay, and oops, popular games. Okay, so now we have the popular games. We need to dispatch some data. Okay, so one page games, I'm gonna say popular games. Okay, so let's go to actions. We're going to dispatch some actions for popular. Okay, so I'm gonna say popular data fetched. In here, in the context, popular games, I'm gonna say popular data fetched. Okay, so begin data fetch, it's gonna set to loading. Popular data fetched. So let's go to the stats. Popular games. Copy this. Okay, so this one is going to be popular games, and then action.payload loading false. Okay. Now let's save, inspect. Let's see the state. No, not game. I need to get rid of this game object actually. Console.log base URL. We don't need to log this. We want our console to be clean. Console.log game data. We don't want that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So now we want our console to be clean. Inspect. Oh, we're looking at the wrong console, by the way. I'm gonna close these pages. Inspect console object, the state. So popular games seems like it's empty. Okay, let's see why it's empty. popular games. Okay, URL, use effect. All right, base. Well, popular games, still nothing. Okay, let's see why it's not fetching. Reducer. Oh, here. So this should be popular data fetch. Okay. So hopefully we should have the popular games. Okay, there it is. So now we're showing popular games. There they are. So now it's only a matter of displaying them. Okay. So in the popular page, popular index, as you can see we have the index.js in the popular. So what we need to do, let's do popular styled. Okay, I'm gonna create a style div. Okay, so here I'm gonna say styled. Make sure you import style from components, style components. Okay, popular game styled, like so. All right, so now in the popular games, I'm going to map through popular games. Okay, so here I'm gonna say use stats context. I'm going to get the functions. I want to destructure whatever state values that I want or methods that I want. So in this case, I want fetch clicked game. I want open model. I want searching. I want games. I want loading. Okay, so searching. Let me remove searching. We don't need it at the moment. Searching. Okay, so now in here, I'm going to map through the the popular games. Okay, so we're just gonna have to do popular games or map. Okay, popular games the map. So we're mapping through the popular games, and we're going to return a game component. The game component, we've created the component already. I'm just gonna pass in the props that we need for the game component. Okay, so props, I'm gonna pass in those props in here. The game component, we've created that ages ago, if you remember correctly. So yeah, so we have the props that we need. So open model, which is this one. This method, we've created that already. Fetch click games, which is gonna go with the ID. So now I'm gonna save. Now I'm gonna go in the popular. So there it is. So now we have the popular games. There they are. There they are, the popular games. So now we just need to display that as a grid. Okay, so we've done a grid before. So in this case, we're gonna say display grid template columns, repeat, autofill, and then min max. So the minimum width is going to be 400 pixel, and then 1FR. Everything is going to have equal size, 1FR, and then give it a grid gap. Grid gap to 2rem. All right, excuse me. So yeah, here's the items. So when we collapse, actually we want to change these items as well when we collapse like this. Okay, so I think we need to go to the game item. Okay, and then try to fix the collapse. Actually, let me see. Inspect here. main. Okay, so we need to collapse the main actually. Main content. Okay, so the main content. So whenever we collapse, we need that. Okay, so use stats context. So we need to get the collapsed. Okay, the collapsed from the state. Collapsed. And here I'm gonna pass collapsed. Collapsed. Okay. So I'm gonna do margin left. I'm gonna do it as a condition based on collapse. Do collapsed. Okay. So I'm gonna say props dot sidebar collapsed. Okay, if it's collapsed, and then or we're gonna do props dot sidebar width. Okay. So it's just a conditional margin left. Okay. So as you can see, now it's working as expected. All right. So when we click this, the game actually shows because we've done the functionality already. So everything works as expected. Okay. So we just need to implement load more. So cancel this index popular. Here I can just say load more because we've done the class already. Load more like this, and then we import the button component. If you remember, in the main index, we've done the load more already, so you can just copy these properties instead of doing one by one. Okay, I'm gonna paste in those properties. So now if we should have a button called load more. Okay, so we need to import this icon here down, import it from icons. Okay, and theme, what's going on in the theme? Increase page size. Okay, we need to get this function, increase page size, like this. Okay, theme. Oh, so here we're gonna say theme, and then we're gonna do theme. So we're gonna say const theme equal to use. So we're going to use theme context. Excuse me, use theme context. Okay, like so, and then let's save. All right, so now we should have a load more button. There it is. Click. It loads more. Actually, it's on the wrong. It's at the wrong place. I'm gonna cut it. Okay, it's gonna come out of this. Let's put it in here. Save. There it is now. Okay, so yeah, everything works. Load more button works. So now, these popular games, we can choose the dates where we want to start from. Okay, we're gonna do that later. Maybe on the upcoming game, I'll show you how to do that. Okay, I'll see you on the next video. We're going to be working on this upcoming section. Okay, so now let's create a new page in the pages. This is going to be upcoming. You know what? I'll just copy the index. Control A, copy, and then actually copy the popular. Control A, Control C, and then go into the upcoming. Create a new index in the upcoming. Index.js. Okay, so paste everything in here. Get rid of here. Change the name. F2. Upcoming. Yeah, change the name also to upcoming. Okay, so I am going to, for upcoming, I'm going to change this to upcoming games. Okay, it doesn't exist yet, we're going to get an error because it doesn't exist. Okay, so because we need to create those actions and dispatch the actions for upcoming. Okay, so let's go to the actions. Okay, so actions, we need to get the upcoming games. Okay, so I'm gonna paste upcoming games in here. Upcoming games, save. Let's go to context. I'm gonna collapse these functions here. Collapse popular games. Okay, I'm going to create upcoming games. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, duplicate. I'm going to say upcoming. So here I'm going to say upcoming games. Okay, I'm going to dispatch the data for upcoming games. I am going to, let's create another state here. I'm going to say upcoming games. All right, empty array. So upcoming games. So in this state, not in the state, I mean in the use effect, we need to run the upcoming games. Okay, so in the upcoming games, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do the same thing, base URL and page size. I'm gonna put that. Okay, but I'm going to get the dates before the dates. Okay, so I'm gonna say dates equal to 2022. You can do this date with, you can create a function that gets the current date like every single day, that updates automatically every single day. But I don't want to do that. I'm just too lazy to do that. So you can do a research on how to do that, how to create a function that updates every day. So this date, you can get like the current date today, whatever, it's up to you. And then minus what now, it's like, I think 09, and then let's do actually this is, yeah, let's start with 09, and then let's do 01, and then to, let's say 2023 12, let's do 01, the dates. So from this date to this date, okay, to that date. And then I'm gonna say an ordering. So you can have a look at the website, the Rogue API website, about these links. Okay, so you can search around on what I'm doing, but I don't want to do that, go through one by one. It's gonna take a lot of time. Ordering, I'm gonna say equal to minus added. Okay, and then end page size. So this is the URL for upcoming games. Okay, so this date is the current date. Like, let's say today, you can do that programmatically with JavaScript. You can create a function that handles that to update every time. But in this case, you're going to have to do that manually. You can do simple research on how to do that anyway. It's easy. It's not that difficult to do. Okay, so now let's save. So we need to handle that data. Let's go to the reducers. I'm going to say upcoming games. Okay, so here I'm going to say upcoming games. Okay, so here should be upcoming games. Okay, so upcoming games. So now let's save. Let's see our state. So upcoming games, there's nothing. Okay, save everything. base URL and dates. Upcoming games, still nothing. Save your actions. Let's refresh this. All right, there's still nothing. Let's see what we're doing wrong. Context, upcoming games. Let's see. Okay, maybe I might have done one of these wrong. Dates 2023. Oh yeah, exactly. We've done this wrong here. The date ordering, there shouldn't be minus there. Save. Okay, there it is. Here's our data. Okay, minus edit. Okay, so these the dates from this date up to this date. Okay, so you definitely can create a function that updates this automatically. It's up to you. So now we're getting the games that are coming. Okay, so when I keep loading more data, you see more data. Anyways, you can put a preloader here for the images if you want to. The upcoming games, where's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2? They should be there. I don't know why that's the first part one is here, but yeah, here's some of the upcoming games. They should Modern Warfare 2. When I click on Modern Warfare 2, here it says, actually there shouldn't be a rating here. There shouldn't be a rating. For some reason there's a rating. This one is no rating. Yeah, for some reason there's a rating for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Let me check. Oh, there's a rating already. I didn't know that. Yeah, most of the stuff here there's no rating, but yeah, so these are the upcoming games. You can load more data. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the upcoming games. I'll see you on the next one. I'm going to work on the search functionality. So we want to be able to search, for example, here, if I say WWE, we can return WWE data or whatever. If I remove the data, it refetches the data that was at the screen. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so this should be our final video. So let's work on the search functionality. So for the search, I'm going to create another state in here. I'm just going to say const. I'm going to say searching. You can definitely add that state in here if you want to. Searching, but I don't want to create new actions and stuff. I don't want to do that. Set searching equal to use state. Excuse me. Use state. So let me make sure that use state is imported. Sorry. Use state. So searching is going to be false by default. We won't be searching. Okay, so I want to pass that in here. I'm gonna say searching and also set searching. Okay, so I want to be able to access this, this state searching. Okay, so I'm gonna go into the header, actually search form. So here I'm gonna say use stats context. I'm gonna say const searching. I think set searching. Okay, I'm getting that state in here. Okay, sorry. So I'm getting this state. I'm going to create a function that is going to handle the input. Okay, so const handle change, because I want to get the input. Okay, the input of the input So now it's a arrow function. So in here, I'm gonna say set. So for the handle change, I'm gonna say set searching. I'm gonna say no, I'm not say searching. I'm going to create a new local state in here. I'm gonna say state. I'm gonna say const search value set search value, okay, equal to use state. I'm going to set an empty string by default. So in here we're going to update the state, okay, set search value to whatever we're getting from the input, okay, which is e dot target the value, okay, whatever we're getting to the input, we're updating the state. Handle change, okay. So the input, we need to do the handle change, okay. We'll do that later. So for the input, let's do it now actually. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say handle, not handle change, on change. On change for the input, I'm gonna say handle change, and then value. The value is going to be search value. Okay, so that's the value of the input. All right, I'm gonna save this. So for the button, I'm gonna say on click. I'm gonna say handle submit. We don't have this function yet, so let's do that. Handle submit. Okay, so const e, it's gonna take an event because we want to prevent the default. We don't want the form to refresh. E dot prevent default. Okay. Now let's see if this stuff works. Now let's look at the state. Okay, so in the state we have, actually we won't be able to see it because we're not logging. So here, you know what, I don't want to waste the time, it's working, okay. Believe that. So now we have the handle submit. We just need to work on the handle submit. Okay, so in the handle submit, I'm gonna say set searching, set search value, actually set searching, yeah, set searching. I'm gonna set that to false, okay. Actually I don't want to set searching to false only. I want to do the if search value, if there's something in the search value, right, if there's something, that's when I want to I want to search the games, okay. So search games, let me make this search games method, because if there's something in here, when we submit, I want to, you know, search the games. Okay, so let's go back to context, upcoming games. I'm gonna create another method, upcoming. So only when we click submit, we want to fire a method called search games. Okay, so that method is going to be responsible for, you know, whatever games that you've searched. Okay, so upcoming popular search. Okay, so here I'm gonna duplicate. I'm just gonna duplicate this popular upcoming search games. Okay, so in the search, it's gonna take a search query. Okay, so let's work on the search. So begin search. Actually, let's do begin data fetch, and then let's do for actions search data fetched. Let's go to actions. Actions. Okay, search data fetch. So in the actions, go back here. Do search data fetched. Okay, search data fetched. So we need to go to the reducer. We need to work on the search. So okay, here. Search data fetched. What's going on? To search. What's going on? Upcoming games. Oh. Okay, so in here, we're gonna get the state. Okay, loading false. So when we're searching, we're going to set this one to an empty array, and then we're going to set popular games to an empty array also. Okay, and then we're going to say upcoming games also to an empty array. Okay, and then here we're just going to say action. Actually, no, games. We're going to set that to action dot payload. Okay, we haven't created the game yet. Games. So here in the state, I'm gonna do games empty array. Okay, so sorry, we have the games. Now the payload, I'm just gonna send the results. Okay, in the payload. So now I'm gonna say after the try and catch, I'm gonna say set set searching to true. Okay, I can actually no, I'll do it in here. After data fetched, dispatch, I'll do it in here. Okay, searching is equals to true. All right, so now everything is set. So now we need to do the URL for the search. Okay, so await, we don't need to pass in the URL here. Here we need to pass in the base URL. Okay, so I'm gonna do like this, base URL. Okay, so after that I'm gonna say and search okay, equal to the query and search whatever we're passing in through. Okay, search games, I'm going to send the method in here, search games. Okay, so in the header, actually in the form, I'm going to get that method here. Oops, search games. Okay, so if the search value, if there is something in the search value, that's when we want to fire that. We want to run that. We want to fire the function. So in this case, the query is going to be whatever is the search value only on submit. Okay, search value. Okay, so when we change the state, whatever is in the input, we want to pass that as our search query in here. If there is something, only if there's something. Don't do anything if there's nothing in the input. Okay, so only if. So that's like the condition. Okay, so now let's save. Let's see what's going on here. Let's save. Let's say modern warfare. So when I click, as you can see, our arrays now they become empty because we're searching. We want to return only the search data, which is here, modern warfare, blah blah blah. So now everything just becomes empty. Actually, homepage games must also become empty, just to make it quicker. So let's make it empty as well. You know what? Let's let's do this homepage games as well. Stats here, home page games, empty array. Okay, so yeah, after that, after the end of submit, we need to do a use effect based on, you know, the search value. Okay, based on whatever, if we search something or not. So let's do a use effect in the search form. Okay, if there's so many things open here. So let's do use effect. Use effect. Okay, so based on the query, which is the search value, based on the query, what do you want to do? So if I'm gonna say if search value is equals to an empty string, if it's empty, okay, if it's empty, I'm going to refetch. Okay, I'm going to refetch the data. So what I mean is, let's say if I say modern warfare, right? So I fetch the games, but if I remove the query here, I want to refetch whatever was on the page. Okay, so that's what I want to do. If it's now empty, I want to refetch those games. I'm gonna say set searching. I'm gonna set that to false. Okay, to false. So here I'm gonna refetch the popular games. So I'm gonna pass in those functions here. I want to get those functions. I'm gonna say fetch games, and then I'm gonna put in upcoming games. Okay, so here I just need to import the key, if you remember from config. Okay, so if you you need to get the URLs as well. So let's say I want to fetch the popular games. Go get that URL. Okay, I'm just gonna paste in here. Okay, the URLs. So there it is. So if the input becomes empty, actually not here, in the use effect, if the input becomes empty, we're going to refresh the data. Okay, so we need page size as well. Here, get page size. Okay, page size. Okay, so these URLs, you know where they're coming from. They're coming from the context. So if I want to fetch the games, search games or popular games, this is the URL, the one we're fetching, which is coming from here. Okay, so the base URL, but we don't have that variable here, base URL, in that you know, in that file, but we can pass that in here if you want to. You can do that, but I'm not going to do that. But I'm just showing you another alternative way you can do it. So you can pass the base URL if you want to access it in here in the form. Okay, so in this case I'm not doing that. I'm just pasting again the link again in here. So yeah, I'm repasting the link, or you can pass in as the game URL with the context. It's up to you what you decide to do. Now let's see if that works. So let's go back. So it says popular games. What's going on with the popular games? Let me refresh. Let's see what the issue is. Popular games is not a function. Popular games is not a function. Okay, let's go back to context. Popular games. Okay, we didn't pass it in here. Popular games. What else do we need? Fetch games, upcoming games. Fetch games. Now let's refresh. Okay. So in here, I'm gonna say modern warfare. Okay. So modern warfare. We should have modern warfare. Let me check the game data. So game data, there's nothing. Actually, games. There it is, games. But we have to display those games here. Okay, based on searching. So we're getting the data, but we want to display the data. So now let's start with the upcoming. So here, I'm going to get searching because we want to display whether you are searching or you're not searching. Okay. So upcoming, let's start. Yeah, we'll start with the what? The upcoming. Yeah, let's start with the upcoming actually. So here, I'm just gonna cut this. I'm gonna say, and not searching. If you're not searching, I'm going to display only if you're not searching. When you're searching, here searching, I'm gonna say searching. Okay, so I want to display the games. Okay, remember, when we search, our data is gonna go inside here in a file in an array called games. So when we're searching, I want that data to display this data only when this searching is true. Save. Was this conditional? Okay, so I'm gonna say modern warfare. Okay, so as you can see, modern warfare now shows. Okay, modern warfare shows. When I remove, it's gonna refresh the original data. Okay, I want to do the same thing. Let me inspect to see if there's any issues. Inspect. I'm gonna say WWE. Okay, there's WWE. I'm gonna remove that. Okay, works fine. So now that's it for this one. We need to do the same thing for popular. I'm gonna say searching. Okay, so I'm gonna say and not searching and end. We're going to only display this when we're not searching. Okay, when we're not searching and searching. When we're searching, we are going to display this. Okay, so when we're searching, we're going to display games. Okay, so this should be in the popular. So in the popular, if I go WWE, which is not showing, let's inspect. WWE. Let me refresh this thing. Okay, seems like there's an issue somewhere. Image. Searching. Make sure your spellings are correct. Okay, so now we need to do the same thing as well in the home page. Searching, and also want to get the games. All right, so, and not searching. When we're not searching, only display this. Okay, if we are searching indeed, we are going to return this. Okay, so this one should be game only when we're searching. So save. Homepage, GTA. Okay, so yeah, everything works fine. There's no image. I can click on whatever game that I see. This doesn't exist, so we need to set some default props for that. We can do that if okay, so let's say modern medal of honor medal of honor. So medal of honor, you can click, you can see the stats. I think it takes a while to get these images that too big. You can put a preloader, it's up to you. Okay, nice. Okay, everything shows nicely, and now we can search. I'm gonna do FIFA. Okay, it shows FIFA. It's taking ages to update these images. FIFA 2004. Yeah, so basically all of the functionality we were looking for, we can load more actually on search. I'm not sure if we download more on search. Let me try. Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Okay, Call of Duty. It's taking ages to update this image. Okay, so we have Call of Duty. Let me see if we can load more on search. Okay, click load more, which doesn't work at the moment. Let's see why. Okay, so let's see why. Fetch click game ID. Okay, search form and submit. Okay, let me check the index here. Load more, increase page size. Okay, so search here on submit, search value. So we need increase page size. Is it like this? Increase page size? I can't remember the naming. Let me double check. Increase page size. Yep. So here we're gonna do a callback function. I'm gonna submit and then increase increase page size like this. Okay, now let's save. Let's see if we search. Something wrong. Okay, let me check the naming. Okay, so make sure the naming is correct. Save. GTA. Okay, GTA, seems like there's an issue. Let me inspect this console. Okay, let's see what the issue is. So we're looking at the search form and the submit. Okay, let's go back and the submit. So in the end of submit, let me go back to the context. Search games. Okay, so here we might need to implement page size. Okay, so I'm gonna say end. I'm gonna copy the page size in here. Okay, page size, and yeah, we have the page size. So let's go back. Increase page size only when we click load more. And submit. Let's try GTA. What's going on? Strange. Let me submit. GTA. It works. Okay. The event. Because it requires an event. So here, and the submit event. Okay, so GTA still not working. We can always do it. Copy this. Like so. Now we do that, and then we can get rid of the end submit. Now let's see. Still, there's an issue. Oh, I think the event is missing. Okay. So yeah, the event was missing. So now it should work. So here, increase. Oh, increase. Should be increase. Okay, always make sure the namings are correct. GTA. Okay, now let's load more. Click. Nothing happens. Let's try WWE. Nothing happens. Increase page size. Increase page size. Increase. Okay, this is quite strange. GTA. Wait a minute. Games 40. Okay, I'll be back when I figure out why it's not increasing the size. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. You know what? Let's forget about the increase size in on the searching. There's no need for that actually. So because as long as you're getting the values you're looking for, I don't think you'll be able to get the values you're not looking for. So there's no need to load more data on the search. So I'm just gonna bring everything back to the end of submit actually. End of submit. Yeah. So I'm just gonna bring everything back to normal. So on the search, okay, we don't need increase size. We don't need, yeah, we don't need increase size in searching. We don't need that. Now save. So yeah, everything for the app works. We just need to do a custom scroll bar, which is not difficult to do. So what we can do is go to global, and then we need to do WebKit scroll bar on the body. Okay, so global, let's do body, WebKit scroll bar. I'm gonna give it a width of 8 pixels. Let me make it 7. Okay, and then we're gonna change it from the scroll bar to the thumb, and I'm just gonna paste in the values here. So we're just gonna put a background color, a gradient background color. That's it. The scroll bar. So now we should have a custom scroll bar. Okay, so now we have a custom scroll bar. Everything works as expected. We can navigate between each and every page. Okay, so let's say in the popular you want to fetch from a specific date. Let me go back. Popular, let's go to the context. Let's say I want to fetch from a specific date. I'm gonna go back to upcoming games, popular games. It's actually in here. Popular games. I'm gonna say end dates. Okay, copy these dates and put in here dates. I'm gonna start from 2010 2010 until 2022 or 2021. Okay, I'm gonna refresh. We should be able to get different data. When we load more, we should get more different data. Okay, popular games dates 2010. You can try 2011. Okay, we should be able to get different data depending on the dates you put. Okay, let's try 2019. Okay, yeah, so yeah, just mess around the dates, or you can create a function that handles the date automatically. It's up to you. Okay, yeah, that's it for this video. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share the video. That's how you can show support for this channel. So your support motivates me to make more videos like this. So yeah, I'll see you on the next one.